2023 to order. Our first order of business is 2 delegations. 2.1, we have Councillor Apolonio and delegation in attendance regarding the proclamation to declare June as Filipino Heritage Month. So I can have everybody come up here and then I'll read the proclamation. So Councillor. Well, you can have everybody come up if you want. Yeah, if everybody wants to come up. Then we can get a picture too. Can you come over here? He comes down with me.
It's only once a year. You need to take the picture with the mayor and the council.
Yeah.
And with the first Kevin.
This is the biggest delegation I've had so far, so I'm very happy. Hi. So, whereas the Filipino associations and societies were first established in 2010 and have evolved in some of the largest, oldest, and most active Filipino groups in the Peace region. Whereas today, Filipino organizations have the primary goal to increase understanding among Filipino immigrant and the Canadian, specifically Dawson Creek culture. Whereas the spirit of, Bayanihan, helping one another to achieve a goal is strong among us. So are the values of fun, culture, and family. Now, therefore, I do hereby proclaim June 2023 as the Filipino Heritage Month. So, thank you. I forgot a pen. I also, too, just wanted to add, like it touches on the last statement in here, the values of fun, culture, and family, and being fairly close to some of the Filipino community and, friends to some, it's very clear that that is a big part of the culture, and that's what this council is really about. This term is about bridging those communication gaps in our community. And really just being more about who we are as a community and growing. So we're honored to have you here today and to declare this month. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So you're welcome. All right, we can get a picture. Yeah. You get a picture?
Usually when we have this many people in here, it's because we messed up.
But you're doing good today.
Yeah. It's funny, everybody's making me nervous. You're
doing good.
Yeah, so if we want to get a picture.
You just received yours.
Yeah. It'd be best to, how do you want to do it?
I'll make tasting. Yeah, I can. Just you be able to stand up here first and then other.
Okay. This way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, is it best to get everybody over here in council and we'll get a big picture? Greg, do you want to come up front? Yeah.
It's all over again. I look like
Come up front. There we go. What's the best way to get the picture?
Maybe the camera.
Yeah.
You like here, my please.
Joe, do you want to go this way? Yeah.
We all crowd this way?
Yeah, I think we can. Does that work?
That works.
Get everybody over here, Joe?
Maybe something needs to be a little more.
Does everybody want to come back over here and we can face that way? Yeah, there we go.
Come on, Kuya. Facing on. Kuya, come on, Kuya.
In between each other.
I'll slip over here.
There we go.
Right?
There we go. Everybody's over. I was hoping Councillor Parslow would lay down in front of us.
Just a tiny bit. Smile, everybody.
Cheese.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then we're going to do that. Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Can I grab my sleeve?
Yeah. No, I'm taking
No, we're staying with her.
Oh, she's gonna be staying there.
Right?
the kids. The 2 little girls. Are there kids? Kathy, I got some stuff for them. Here, I got you this.
You guys can't do it.
And here's a kid. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you.
And then for that, Kathy, are you gonna do
Yeah. I think I
Thank you.
went the wrong way. Just want to double check on the flag raising. When is it set for now? At noon or hotel?
Okay. Thank you. I guess too, for those that are watching, there is going to be a flag raising for the Filipino Heritage Month, and we were going to do it this morning, but we've moved it to noon on our lunch break to do it then. So, our next order of business is 2.2. We have Alex Reshny and Joe Hauber with the South Peace Miles Zero Park Society in attendance regarding an update regarding capital projects. So, welcome, Joe and Alex. I will turn
And
there. The power is on you
we'll
now.
take our swag in cash or equipment loaning.
Yeah. I don't know, you're not cute and little, so I don't know, Alex.
Thanks, Your Worship, Mayor Dober, councillors, and city staff for all your support in allowing us to present today our plans for the development of the Rotary Recreation Park. We don't have a map at present of the total layout, but hopefully in the near future, and it won't look anything like the map that the EDS group brought to us in 2 versions. It wasn't going to work. Thanks for helping and assistance and support in the past. We want to especially thank Melina for her help and input and quick responses to our needs. Also Joe Hawkins for lending us equipment and quick response when we've needed something done. The use of city equipment this spring and summer has allowed us to get things done we couldn't even have imagined was possible without costing us a fortune, so thank you. Least but not last, I want to thank Councillor Parslow, our liaison with the city. Without his assistance and guidance, we would not have been able to accomplish what we have so far this year. Our re-roofing project of 14 buildings for not quite $500,000 with metal shakes that look like faded cedar shingles. 6 of the buildings are log buildings, which are the only log buildings we have out there will be done. The project will be completed hopefully this week with the 14th building, which is the Trapper's Cabin, later this summer when they have more product available. And the reason the 14th building got added is we were able to put together enough funds to do the 14th building. So the conversion of the splash pad to a misting pad was completed and up and running as of last Wednesday, June the 5th, which was originally going to cost $193,748, will be well below budget. I'm thinking it'll come in at about $150,000. Not sure yet of the last bills, but and that's because of volunteer help and park staff doing a lot of the work that was being quoted for us to do. So the splash pad would not have been in operation this year due to the damage of equipment over the winter. It would have been down for the year. The work around Sedaton Hall is underway and hopefully will be completed in the next 2 weeks. After this, we will be needing the city's help to repair and seal the pavement up against the new cement border that's going there because some of the cement the pavement broke out, because we want to prevent any water from getting in there and undermining the cement barrier. What we are here for this morning is our upcoming capital projects going forward of the Rotary Recreation Park on both sides of the creek. Our plans are well underway for the development of the complete park. Our 6 guiding principles from the start of this has been: it should be long lasting, it'll be low maintenance cost, practical to operate, sustainable, inclusive to all ages, and bringing people together and for family oriented. First on the list, we want to put in a pump track, or what the people that are designing it call it an all-wheels track, and it's for ages 6 to 80 plus, along with a beginner's pump track, which is for 2 to 6-year-olds or older to learn on how to ride a pump track. And also we want to add in a bike skills track with a cost estimate of about $1 million. This will be funded through grants, local funds raised, and local businesses that have offered to donate, raise funds, supply labor, supply all supplies and equipment needed. We have sent out proposals to 3 companies for design-build quotes. To date, we have only heard back from one, Velo Solutions, which also built the Tumbler Ridge pump track and have come highly recommended. So I know this is a flood area, but a pump track usually starts 12 to 18 inches above the normal ground level and goes to about 4 to 6 feet in height. We are proposing, instead of turf on the side slopes, that we go with rubberized playground matting, at least on the lower 2 feet. The reason for this is to allow the spots that are, the reason for this is all low spots are connected with drainage pipe and would allow us to wash everything down and have cleaned up after a flood. The ground area needed for these 3 projects, along with the bleachers and other venues to go along with the track, because it will become a competition track also, is about half to 2/3 of the total available space, which Ed's group had given us a little corner for a pump track. And once we got the drawings from Velo Solutions, it was like about to the pool house to the highway, and leaving space for a paved walking track. For this, we would need a letter of support from approval from the city. The plan is that we'd build it this fall, depending on funding start, beginning of September and completed by the 2nd week of October. They told us they can do it in 6 weeks, or first thing in spring. We would need the city to get us a geotechnical investigation and a topographic survey, which we could possibly refund the cost of depending on our fundraising ability. Hopefully next spring, 2024, we would like to add a teen to adult misting pad, which would be about double the size of the 6-year-old and under, which we see lots of adults on too, but we would also like to add a 2024-25 teen to adult challenge playground, which we will have the video of. I forwarded the video to everyone. Thanks, Brenda, to getting it out for everyone to review. And if you want to play a minute of it now, you sure can.
I come to the park to just ninja and play on all the obstacles, and it's super great that it's for young and young at heart. Ninjas and people who just want to be physically active.
I'm tired already. Thank you. We do want to have paved walking tracks around the perimeter of the park on both sides of the creek, with some cross trails on the east side for shorter walks and for smaller children and older adults to enjoy. On the west side of the creek, along with the paved walking trails, we would like to develop on the north half a wildlife refuge with a possible duck pond back there, with viewing benches, rest areas for quiet reflection time. What I need is some help with is marking out exactly what is park area and what is golf course property. The area on the south side, but still on the west side of the creek, we want to continue to make into a play area for families, group gatherings, to add, and possibly an all-age playground. The parking lot has been upgraded last week with recycled pavement, thanks to the city, it has had about a 12 and 8-inch lift. It was last done in 1966, and it really needed work. It was level and packed, a great job. I don't even know how to thank you guys for having it done. It is unbelievable. It's shocking, actually. The bridge, this will actually open up a parking lot, which was on every drawing, extra parking that you can get over to the rest of the recreation park. So the gate will probably get opened and the bar will stay locked so they can't get in. They can get into the gazebo, but through a man gate. The bridge across the creek has been repaired and is now open again. It was closed for 2 years due to broken and damaged planking. The south area has now had all the major holes filled, leveled, and will have grass planted. With the gazebo repaired and refinished last year, the area will be available for rental and use for family gatherings, company summer picnics, or just group gatherings. We're hoping to be able to bring water and power across the creek from for the gazebo, and also long-term is having power along the west side of the paved parking lot against the trees, so that if people want to have a family reunion, they can park their RVs there along the fence line, and there's still lots of room to turn around and move about. So at present, we have 120 picnic tables for the 3 areas that we look after: Malzero RV Park, Pioneer Village, and the Rotary Recreation Park. We will need approximately 30 more as the park develops. At present, we are replacing 10 a year, with last year replacing 20, as the old ones are failing, and the cost of these is running us between $800 to $1,000, so about 20 grand we sunk into it last year to try and keep it up. 3 things I want / need from the city. I'm hoping the city approaches the Ministry of Highways in regards to a proper crosswalk on Highway 97 South, with controlled crosswalk lights before we have an incident, not after the incident, as this is part of the walking trail through the city. A letter of support to get the proposal of the design-built pump track and beginner's track and bike skills track. Geotechnical investigation, topographic survey done. Thanks for your time and patience. If there's any questions, concerns, hopefully I can answer or find answers. We also have 2 other areas of responsibility, and we'll be needing capital improvement money for Malzero Park and Pioneer Village. But Rotary Recreation Park is our main focus going forward for the next 2 years.
Perfect. Thank you, Alex and Joe. I will open it up if council has any questions. Councillor Earl?
Not so much a question, just thank you for coming to visit with us. And with respect to the projects detailed, I would assume they've been passed along to admin already, so they have a list? Or, no, this is first, okay, so make sure Kevin gets a copy, because I took some notes, but I didn't get it all.
We'll be back to sit with him.
Okay, good. And I just wanted to commend you guys. The amount of stuff you get done, for the amount of money you get it done for, is always quite amazing to me. And I was just down at Pioneer Village this last weekend with my family for the shindig down there, and it went off wonderfully, and the place looked great, and even the roofing seems to be coming along at a good clip. So congratulations on that, and yeah, just want to thank you guys for the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Councillor Parslow.
This weekend, I had a phone call from a very emotional person, and it was Alex. He was so pleased with the support. He said shocked, I think. I think it's just wonderful how the city staff and Malzero Park leadership, which is before you, there's great synergy, and I think it's a model for how things should be done throughout. You know what I mean? And I appreciate this group so intensely, because they're very conscious of the city's need to manage its operating budget. And I would say the $40,000 savings in this project, potential savings, is largely due to these 2 guys. but for having this good liaison with the city staff, it helped the city. What just happened, which now opens up a whole range of possible activities, was because I think the dynamic relationship between city staff and this group, it was a win for the city, for a place to put that material, and it was a big win for the Mile Zero part, but above all, it was a big win for the community. I think it would be good for City Council to have a look at this new area and think about all the potential, because it will provide a great place, as you said, for group gatherings, for company gatherings, etc. So it's just great. So I'm also amazed at the business response to this pump track. And I just, for council to know, Fort St. John is building one, the city is, and so we hear. Tumbler Ridge has one, and we will have one. We will have a really good one, probably the best, looking at the plans. But it also leads to all sorts of competitions between the community groups, and so it just adds a big dimension. So I think it's exciting. So good stuff, you guys. I appreciate what you do.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. I got to agree with Councillor Earl and Councillor Parslow the odd time I agree with him, but no, just kidding. No, it really is. I mean, it's, I don't know, it's pretty warming actually to listen to your presentation and how much you're doing for our community, and, like you said, all the businesses, all the residents of the community that have come together to make this happen. And I know Councillor Parslow has been a big part of that as well. So yeah, it's just, it's amazing. And I think if we can learn something from relationships like this is how they should be. It's about empowering our community to make our place a better place. And at the end of the day, that's what it's all about, is how do we make Dawson Creek and our area the best that we can be. So thank you for that part that you play in that, and it's a big part. So it's and exciting to see the new stuff that's coming, and your vision. It's something that the community definitely needs, and I'm sure will be receptive to, and minus the few on social media that think different. But yeah,
Best advertising we could get.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, all advertising they say is good. So, Councillor Apolonio.
Oh, I will not take this chance to thank, of course, I know Alex, of course, from church. And I know he's a good guy. Thank you very much again for all that great work that you're doing. And though I read the social media thing, it's bad or good publicity, still publicity. So either good or bad publicity, still publicity. So at least people are engaging. People are getting to know what's the city's plan and, of course, your plans. So that's a good thing. At least they're knowing what we are doing. Thank you, Mr. Alex, Mr. Jan.
Thanks, Councillor Apolonio. So just before we finish here, so the three main asks is, one is just a letter of support or contact the Ministry of Highways in regards to a crosswalk on,
Yep.
You said on 97?
97 South.
97 South?
By the bridge there.
Yeah.
Across from Tubby's.
Where the
there.
walking trail would go, yeah.
Yep.
And then two, a letter of support for the pump track, and then three.
The geotechnical investigation and topographic survey. We need that done for the pump track design people, so they know what product and material they need, because the major two businesses that are behind this are willing to supply all materials, including right down to the paving.
Okay, wow. Yeah, that's amazing.
I've wore out 2 sets of knee pads, but thank you.
And have you had any contact, in starting that process with the geotechnical service?
We briefly talked to Joe Monteshaw.
Okay.
And said that wouldn't be a big deal, and figures around $25,000 to do it, so.
Okay, that's perfect. Yeah, thank you very much for coming in and, for what you guys do and the whole organization does. It's a great partnership, and, yeah, I appreciate the presentation as well. So that's some exciting things, and thank you for the update.
Hopefully the community sees it as more than a little misting pad that was designed for 6-year-olds and under.
Yeah, yeah, the bigger vision of down there is definitely exciting and will be well used. So hopefully once all that's done, it'll put the past in the past. So,
Yes.
yeah.
They aren't getting the lake back.
Yeah. Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Alex. Our next order of business, 2.3, we have Johanna Martins, Executive Director, Kiwanis Performing Arts Center, in attendance regarding expanding the Kiwanis Child Care Center daycare program. So welcome, Johanna. Just going to push your button on the mic there, and I'll turn you on.
There we go.
There you go. The floor is...
Oh, yeah, and I have a little presentation. Go. All right. All right. So good morning. Thank you for having me here. And yeah, everything the Mile Zero Park Society was talking about, that's so exciting. Our community is so lucky to have groups like that work for us. So
Yeah.
really exciting that I got to hear all of that good news. So I'm here today to talk about our daycare. We are down at KPAC. We operate the Kiwanis Child Care Daycare Center, which is one of our biggest, well, I shouldn't say biggest, there's quite a few daycares in town, but one of our main daycares that's been around for quite a while and servicing the community. So we're pretty excited for some upcoming news. So if you've never been down to our center, we operate a daycare center from the ages 0, so infancy, all the way through to age 12, which is really great for our community. So if a parent gets into our programming, they pretty much can have their kiddos there through all of their infant, toddler years, all the way into their after school years. So that's a one-stop shop for us, which is really great. We operate 4 classrooms right now, 1 infant, toddler classroom, 2 3 to 5 classrooms, and then 1 before and after school care program. So our daycare, again, has downtown. We're right downtown, which is really convenient for a lot of parents to be able to, drop their kiddos off downtown. Our kids from our daycare center use the parks around our community quite often. We're really great that we're located there, so we can go off to Kin Park. We can go off to some of the other parks around the community. So some of the things that we've been working towards in our daycare is doing some expansion to our outdoor play area. So we're really grateful here a couple of years ago when we came to council that we were able to expand our outdoor play space for our kids. Our original play space that we had was quite small, and there was an empty green space next to our current playground that council gave to us as part of our package of our land use, and that was really great. So we've been able to expand that. Now the kids have a really nice big play area that they can run around in, and that's great. So now we're looking at trying to fill that, put in some more play equipment for the kids, get some picnic tables and those sorts of things. We are also always hiring staff. We have a great number of staff in at our facility, but we are always looking to hire more staff because the early childhood education world is growing. There's always a need for childcare. People have not figured out what happens when you have kids, but they need childcare. And so our staff, we are always looking to train our staff. We have a very dedicated group that we invest in all the time. So if we can help our staff to take any training, we are there to help them to do that. We, give them a place to grow. So folks that come in as maybe a responsible adult, if they want to or choose to take their education further, then we help them to do that. We give them the space and the time to be able to grow their education as well and turn it into an ECE. We also would like to increase the number of educational resources to our kids. So our kids, one of the great things about our daycare center is we're connected to our Performing Arts Center. And in our Performing Arts Center, we offer a full line of dance programs for kids and also music programs. And so the great thing that we can do is if kids are in our daycare and parents have them enrolled into any of our programming, then our caregivers will take them over to the programming. So that's really great. great. So kids can participate in then doing dance programs and doing music programs. And we've tried to, over the years, integrate some of our teachers that we have in our performing arts side into the daycare, where some of our teachers have actually come in and done really fun music lessons with the entire daycare kiddos, which is really cool. So trying to expose them to, that fun arts and what we can do. We've also tried theater programs with our kids, and it's really exciting to be able to see how they get creative and come out with their creative minds. So we recently had applied for some funding here back in, I think it was about September, that we received a grant from United Way, the Community Services and Recovery Fund. We received just under $100,000 to increase our infant toddler daycare. That is a huge, huge need for our community. Our community really needs more infant toddler daycare spaces. So right now we operate one 12 kiddo room, and our wait list for that infant toddler room is 1.5 years. That's huge. So lots of folks are, having to, even before they get pregnant, even think about, hey, where am I going to put my kids? Or is even going back to work an option? So the expansion for us to put in another infant toddler daycare room is absolutely huge, because that just opens up another 12 rooms. I mean, there's always a need. We can build 100 infant toddler rooms and there would always be a need, but that's our capacity that we can expand. So with this grant that we get from United Way, it's allowing us to do that expansion, expanding our infant toddler. But the other really cool thing that we thought that we had space for in our center was also to put in an indoor playground. So part of what that will be is for our kiddos, when we have bad weather days or it's too cold to go outside, a lot of our kids from the daycare, they use our theater space or our indoor studio space. But what we have seen in other communities, and we actually have one at the Early Learning Hub, is an indoor playground where kiddos can come and still jump and play and kind of burn off that energy that they need to do during the day. But then also we are able to open up that space to the general public on the weekends. So again, having another community space that when it's bad weather and you got to get out of the house and your kids are driving you crazy, that you can come down and we'll have an open space that people can use and their kids can play on, and it can be a safe space for them to all come and use. So part of that grant included that expansion of that infant toddler daycare space and also the indoor playground space. So with all of that, we don't lose any of our programming. We actually expand our programming. So we're still able to have space in our center for the after-school program, before and after-school program. Have 2 infant toddler classrooms, and then we would have 2 3 to 5 classrooms in our space. So that being said, we're super excited about looking at what that looks like for our current space that we have. And like I said, daycare is a need. There's always a need in our community. We know that. Daycare, whether it be even, the weekend or the 24-hour care that people have talked, there's lots of different ideas out there for expansions. So for us, the benefit of doing this is opening up those extra 12 spaces for the community in infant toddler, and then also the benefit of the indoor playground. So they get a free space that they can come and use and get out of the house. So for us, some of the future things that we'd like to see, because we do know that like I said, daycare is not going anywhere. It's something that we're going to need, and when we have the capacity to run it. So we are renovating and expanding currently our daycare to accommodate the more programs that we're doing. But what we have looked at is at the end of our street, if you are familiar with our block, and this is kind of looking back towards our center there in that photograph, and we have a big empty parking lot that is sitting there at this point. In the future, it seems plausible to us that if we had this included into our parcel of land, that down the road we could potentially even expand our daycare further by putting in exterior classrooms. Then that would back onto what is currently our playground space as is. KPAC itself is a very, very busy center with all of our dance programs and our live music programs that we do, and that. So really using this space as is, as a large parking lot until the future may come, is really what we want to keep it as. But just to have the potential that we have that future growth, that down the road, as we're looking at grants, that if we potentially make sense, that we found a grant that gave us, the funding we needed to put in some more classrooms, that would be where we would want to expand, is putting in some exterior classrooms there, that back into it. So that is kind of our ask, is allowing us to include that into our space. And as like I said, for now, it would stay as a parking lot and be open to the community park on. We would direct our traffic down there to use it as our overflow parking, because again, our parking around our center is just on the 2 streets, and it can get fairly busy and congested, of course, with the school across the road from us. And then we have dance programs that start usually at about 2:30 in the afternoon that go straight through to evenings. So it can be congested. So that would be what we'd be directing folks then to park down there for now as an overflow parking lot. So I think that's it for me. That takes care of everything. So thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Johanna. Thanks
Yeah.
for the presentation. I will open it up to council. Any questions? Councillor McDonald.
Good morning, Johanna. Welcome. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Love the expansion for the infant and toddlers. As a parent, I know what a struggle it was when my children were that age to find infancy childcare. So that is wonderful. Couple of quick questions. As far as the parking lot goes, if we were to allow you guys to use that for parking purposes, who will be responsible for cleaning that lot, snow removal? Who would be responsible for line painting, et cetera? Is that something you guys are willing to take on yourselves then, or do you expect the city to pay for that?
Well, I guess that would be the conversation around that. So absolutely, that's part of it, is thinking that, yes, we'd be taking on some of the cost of that, but yeah, is there a partnership to be made in that? That would be our conversation with
Okay.
you. Yeah.
And then your vision for your expansion in the future, you mentioned exterior classrooms a couple of times. Do you see that as like in the schools, you see portable
Yeah.
classrooms then, or a permanent building?
Well, kind of the prefab idea.
Prefab?
Yeah, kind of like a prefabbed, because you can get some really cool prefab classrooms out there. So eventually, yes, they would be put there and be kind of permanent. Part of course, our planning as a society and us going forward would be making sure that we are capable of taking on the full cost of that, because those would be our classrooms that we would operate. But yeah, something that would still be accessible to the rest of the lot would still be parking lot, and have maybe a couple extra classrooms there that could house probably another extra 4 programs long term.
Okay. And then your indoor playground, have you had to sacrifice other spaces to increase that size, or is it just an
No.
expansion on equipment?
So what we have is one of our current classrooms that we use for our before and after school care program. We can divide that classroom into half. So when we divide it into half, we can put 3 to 5 classroom on one side. The other side of that room can be the indoor playground, and that indoor playground space can also be licensed for our before and after school care program. So this is how we're able to keep kind of all of our programming and still end up with it. So we're really just repurposing the current space that we already have.
Okay.
Yeah, just reconfiguring classrooms, ordering different equipment, and
Wonderful.
yeah,
Okay, thank you.
no
Thanks,
problem.
Councillor McDonald. Councillor Parslow.
So I just have a few comments to make. First of all, we all know that daycare is very important in our time, and I appreciate the efforts here. But I can't help but well, let's just preamble with that as well. I really feel that the $18 million that was spent renovating the old post office was to establish a cultural center. Unfortunately, your society, the framework for the operation, right, was that basically you have to generate revenue to operate the cultural center. And a big part of that was that you have to rent out meeting rooms and secure funding, which, and this is not a criticism, this is just a reality that you guys were faced with. I disagree completely with the funding arrangements for the KPAC. I think it should be more on the basis of like we fund hockey or soccer or whatever. But your efforts is largely that struggling with meeting the operating costs. So being an artist myself, I know that whilst some of the artistic expression in the community is well met by the facility, there's large gaps. I also know that Grand Prairie has a center for the creative arts. Peace River, Alberta's just opened up a wonderful creative arts center where people are actually, there's a place for drawing, painting, printmaking, whatever, all the visual arts. Fort St. John is actively establishing a creative art hub. So I'm just, whilst I applaud everything that you do, I applaud the provision of daycare. I can't say, but I think we are going to be slipping behind our neighbors. We have a facility that could do so much more, but you have been, your society, have been given the task of raising money, and I really think it's fine, we should always do that, but I don't think it's a fair arrangement. So I wanted to voice that. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Definitely, for us, daycare is our huge revenue stream that supports everything that we're able to do. It subsidizes all of the programming that we're able to offer kind of on the KPAC side. And definitely, yes, grant searching is 100% of what I do all the day, finding grants, finding money, figuring it out, how do we do it? That's a large portion of what we do. Throughout COVID, we had a real tough time because, of course, we're so in person, and so that was a really tough for us to kind of operate. We ended last year, in a kind of a hole. We've crawled our way out of that hole this year, which, we're slowly getting there. So it's really exciting that things are coming back. And yeah, absolutely, being, the financial responsibility of balancing it all is definitely a huge task in how to do that. And like you said, not to overshadow daycare or performing arts. How can we marry and blend the two so that we get a really cool opportunity of daycare using the performing arts and vice versa. So.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Any other comments, councillors? No? I have a few. I just wanted to thank you, Joe, for coming in the presentation and, for, what this facility does for the community. And just to touch a little bit on what Councillor Parslow brought up, is that something that you see like in your future where you'd like to maybe revisit that agreement? So
yeah, we are open to all ideas. I mean, for us at the end of the day, it's how to again balance our budgets, make sure that we can still offer programming to the community at affordable rates. That's really huge for us, right? We don't want to jack our prices so high that now families and kids can't use our facility. But on the other hand, trying to balance that with our teachers and the wages that we pay too, because it's very important also to make sure that our people that work for us are taken care of and are offered a proper wage. And that's always the gap, right? Is trying to offer services at a reasonable rate and still pay our people what they deserve here. And that gap is where we're looking for.
Yeah.
Looking for it all. Anybody got ideas? We're open.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Also, too, it's nice to hear about the funding and the growth. And obviously there's an ask for that parking lot. Are you seeing, like, from the city's point of view, like, if there's, you're envisioning adding on or adding more daycare, are you seeing that as something that the society is looking at funding, or are you thinking that you would be coming to the city for capital improvements for that?
Well, at this point, it was more society-driven, that the society, we'd be looking for the grants and the funding and whatnot to put it in place. The model of what we have, again, this is way future down the road thinking, so we haven't, fully, developed plans for any of this. We're currently just going through our own strategic planning and looking at, kind of what those plans look. But having the ability to be able to expand there would be huge because, again, putting in certain types of classrooms in there kind of generate its own revenue that, in a sense, it takes care of itself. Putting one classroom out there doesn't make sense because it doesn't generate enough revenue to kind of take care of its own administration and operating costs, but putting 4 does. So that's where, having that extra space to be able to put those extra classrooms increases it. So for instance, for us to add this extra infant toddler classroom to our whole programming, it increases our revenue by 120,000 roughly in there by adding that one classroom. Now we have wages that come out of that as well, but that 120 goes by far to subsidize what we can then offer in other programming.
Okay.
So more classrooms would help us to alleviate that.
Yeah. And I think that's part of it too, like what we want to build on is just the communication back and forth. And I think it's important probably for staff to know a little bit what the vision is too, so that they can, understand, what grants are getting applied for, and because it is a city-owned building, just to have that understanding really.
Yeah.
So. I had a couple other questions too. There's obviously some changes in the community downtown in the last couple of years, and some challenges that, some of the downtown businesses and residents we've heard from that are facing. I just wanted to hear from you, like, what challenges are you facing with the daycare?
Well, we see a lot more transient folks downtown. There has been times, so of course, being right downtown, we see lots of folks that are maybe, using campsites like across the street there in that green space there, or we have the housing development that's on the corner there. They've actually been really great to work with as a group themselves. But we do see a lot more transient folks and, undesirable maybe people walking in and around the daycare. So we have to be very conscious of that. One of the things that our staff do daily is we have to do sweeps of the outdoor space. It's part of our licensing, but we do it because we have found needles, we have found paraphernalia and stuff in our daycare space. Sometimes we have directed kids to not go outside because there has been undesirable, confrontations or things happening outside of that. But, that I think is just part of the growth of our community. We don't see it all the time. It's not like it's an everyday occurrence. This is something that, maybe once or twice a month has maybe happened. Has it increased since I've been there? Yes, it's kind of increased over the last few years. But overall, I think, what our staff do and the amount of people that are in and around our building kind of, and I don't want to say it's a safe space, but it's definitely created, I don't know how to say it, but a safe space for kids to come. But then we also try to open it up so that if there's folks that need help in the community, that they can also still come in and use the facility within reason, if that makes sense. We don't want to be closed off to anybody. We want it to be open and inclusive to everybody, but we also have to be mindful of our kids and those folks that come in.
Yeah.
So balancing
Protect
that,
them.
balancing that.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Joe.
Yeah.
Or Johanna, sorry.
Yeah.
So I guess just going back to your ask, so the main ask is, as of now, is just for that adjacent property to be included in the lease. And for those details, you're willing to communicate. There's no real ask on them right now, just kind of figure out how that could happen.
Yeah, mostly it's just to, that to be kind of included in our parcel so that, somebody else doesn't come along and, I don't know, decide to build a mini Walmart or something. I don't know what it would be, but, but something. We just would like the opportunity that down in the future that's there for us, yeah.
Is it used currently for parking?
We use it, I think the housing folks use it for parking. We sometimes will direct our overflow down there for parking, so it's not heavily used, but yeah, it is used.
Okay. Perfect. Councillor Parslow.
Can I just ask a question of staff? Correct me if I misquote you. You stated in the future some building, additional classrooms. And did you say prefabricated?
Well, that was one thought. I mean, again, because this isn't, set in stone as to what direction we would go. But, we have looked at what prefab classrooms look like, right? And they kind of come all put together, already designed, already engineered. That was our one thought, an easy way of going.
So the question is to staff, do our building bylaws allow prefab? structures which are going to accommodate young children?
So through your worship, we have worked with the school district in a couple of areas for overflow, and they have used prefabs as long as they go through and meets the building code and all the particulars. We can work with them.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Yeah, Joe, I just want to thank you for coming in again and just sharing the vision. It's nice to get educated on what's going on and hear it and see it. And we will bring this back under Mayor's business and let you know how it goes.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you very much. Our next order of business, 2.4, we have Eric Wolf, Athletic Director, Dawson Creek Secondary, in attendance regarding a request for letter of support and to rent Memorial Arena to host the BC High School AAA Volleyball Championship November 29th to December 2nd, 2023. So, hi Eric, welcome.
Welcome. Nice to see many familiar faces I see in my other parts of the community. I can never forget Kyle.
Yeah.
He's got a loud voice in the pool deck, trust me. I've heard it. I'm here on behalf of Dawson Creek Secondary, and I would argue on behalf of our school district, our school communities, looking at using the Memorial Arena for the BC High School AAA Volleyball Championships that will be taking place in November. Is my slideshow ready there? I'll go through it. So, let's go back a little bit of history to cover it up. The Dawson Creek, this is the senior girls volleyball, but we've had a volleyball program in Dawson Creek since, well, the pool originated the place originated in 1970. My previous job, I was athletic director for a number of years. Stepped away from that role. I'm now back in that position, and I've been teaching there for about 15 years. I don't play volleyball. It's not me. But it's okay, and I know lots of other people here do. But we've had a program through a lot of history, a lot of support from the things. We've had teams go to provincial championships. And so it has a long history within our community. Ultimately, one of the things we like to do with our athletes is they usually compete at local levels and then zone championships. And the goal is to get to provincial championships for all of our sports teams in athletics. So Dawson Creek Athletics, over the years, we've had a long thing. We've past 50 years. We've had taken youth to all different kinds of sports. I stopped talking about how many that we do, and we're coming back with a big surge this year, I find, of kids. Been myself and I guess the athletic director at Central, Joanne Malkinson, we have been very busy running lots of programs. So over the years, we've taken kids, not in the local level and provincial zone championships, but at provincial levels, we've taken kids to provincial championships for track and field, cross-country running. We've had kids go to volleyball, basketball, curling, badminton. I know Mr. Arrow here, I think he took a group to Vancouver for a provincial champion, and aquatics. So, and we've won championships for Dawson Creek Secondary, or I guess previously South Peace Secondary, and curling, cross-country running, and I believe volleyball has won one or two. I had to go back in history, couldn't figure that one out. But we were very fortunate many years ago to host the BC High School Curling Provincial Championships when I was athletic director a number of years ago. And that was quite successful. It was really nice. So one of the things we always struggle with is, and we'll talk about it a little bit, is travel later. So the provincial championships, BC School Sports has approximately 450 member schools, more than 90,000 student athletes in different 62 provincial championships, huge events. The tournament we're looking at is 16 teams with 10 zones that come from all over the province, usually 2 per zone, generally depending on the berthing of where they go. Some of the Vancouver regions have more than one berth. Takes place over 4 days, 2 days with round robin, then a couple of playoff rounds. And then there's an opening ceremonies, a banquet, other activities with closing ceremonies. So it is quite an extravagant event. And having been to provincial championships for cross-country and track and field, and been to ones for basketball, I've been to one for aquatics as participant coach or whatever. They're quite extensive things. I've also been involved in BC Summer Games for a number of years as well. So these are quite extravagant events and very popular for the things that we do. Bit of history that goes back prior to the COVID pandemic, way back a number of years ago. A large group of people got together and said, we want to host the AAA championships. First time that it's ever been moved up to here, that kind of championships. I've been to championships in Prince George, never been up north other than the curling, which is slightly different than that. So they were planning to do it 2021, COVID comes along. We don't have it. Last year we weren't able to do it because of restrictions as well. So it just didn't happen. So thankfully BC School Sport has deferred and said we can have the opportunity to host coming up. So they just sort of let us keep moving the date back until we can have it. The tournament, I sort of blacked out the little part. It was a website that didn't work, I guess. We're talking about parents, kids, athletes coming 4 to 5 nights. Probably about 240 to 300 individuals talking in the community, using hotels, using all that kind of stuff. I don't think I have to talk about sport tourism to this council very much. I think there's a number of people that I know from different things that understand the value of sport and bringing people in for that community. I'm not going to belabor on this. But essentially we have a large group of volunteers that are really willing to promote the city. I don't have no question we will have lots of businesses and volunteers and people taking, as soon as you stay, we're going to run this kind of event, people come out of the woodworks and they will strongly support it. That's one thing that's really great about that. And then also one of the things this event does, it gets live streamed. So there's a lot of promotion for the city in terms of that event. Never happened up here, so we're looking forward to it. Other things that happen, we'll talk about exceptional events. I'm going to skim through this really quickly. We have opening ceremonies, a banquet for the kids, photography, guest speakers, all these activities within the city. I think they're planning. I'm not part of the committee. I'm part of the committee, but I'm sort of on the outside because I'm here representing the school, and that's my sort of role. So we've got the host hotels, transportation. I know that a lot of steps. This whole proposal was put together by, I know Aaron Powell is one person, to name just one off the top of my head, that had this proposal together, and they've done a ton of work before this. So we're just sort of restarting stuff that they did. What we're looking from the municipality is, unfortunately, we wanted to run this at the Ovintiv Centre. They are booked, and we cannot move the championships. BC School Sports has their championships on specific dates, and they are unable to change them due to the competitions and all the other things going on. We're sort of stuck at a time. So the Ovintiv Centre isn't available. So the other option that was approached was looking at the Memorial Arena. So we're looking at, I guess, approximately 5 days there. 6 to 7, 8 days approximately. So things that we're looking for is on the 27th of November, getting floor covering put down on the ice, and getting the glasses removed and the netting and stuff so it's an open space. Get the floor court installed. So we have 3 courts. We were required to have 3 courts to do it. Unfortunately, it's very difficult for us to do that in our school-based thing, as we have really only a couple schools that are available with that kind of height and restrictions. And then the competition over the 4 days, and then, I guess, taking everything down. Installation, from my understanding, involves plywood coming from Encana, going over the ice. And we have a court floor that we've booked through BC Alberta, Volleyball Alberta. And that's coming in, they put it on the floor, lay it down, put all the nets, everything up, and it just runs. And I've been down to Langley for basketball championships, and there's an arena, they do that. They put a basketball floor straight down there, and there's a basketball court, and it's just as good as any other court that we've ever been on. I don't know if there's anything else I have to say, other than that's what we're sort of looking at from the city in terms of time and, I guess, support. Costs I haven't really looked into. Ideally, I would say I would love if the city would donate the space. I don't know if that's a possibility or not, but I know there's some user agreement between the city and the school district about how those costs there. It's more getting the timing and saying we would like that space sort of reserved for us during that time too. And then talk about the other details that we're doing. So I guess I'm at 2 minutes. My teacher talk worked really well, I guess, today.
Yeah.
And I'm open to questions if anybody has them.
I didn't have to hit the buzzer. Thank you. No. Thanks, Eric. Thanks for coming in. I will open it up to council here. Councillor Parslow.
Well, I agree with you. This is a big deal. As you were speaking, I thought, well, this perfectly aligns with, I think I can say this, council's aspirations, sport tourism. But it's devastating that, for me, that the Ovintiv Centre is pre-booked. I hope it's for something big. Because this puts us on the map for a whole host of good reasons. And so I'm sitting here disappointed and yet elated. You know what I mean? It's after running 2 Northern BC Winter Games, you will get great support from this community, no doubt. We were able to raise, I think it was in 2005, $300,000 in that amount. So I think you'll get a lot of support. It's just the space. And then I wonder about the reaction of the people who are ice users at Memorial and how this council will deal with that. But all I'd say is, yeah, let it happen, and I mean, I know it'll be able to be put on, but I just don't know about the Ovintiv Centre. What is it, right? What competes with this? Because this, I think your number's a little low about how many people will come. Having granddaughters in played volleyball out of Kelowna and Langley have done. Well, most of the parents travel with the kids, so I think the numbers are a little low from the point of view of who will come here. But anyway, congratulations getting this, but there's just that challenge to overcome. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, I hear what you're saying, and that was my one concern, is the timing of the dates are, I guess, unfortunate in a lot of ways. And when this was planned years ago, Ovintiv would have been perfect as venue, lots of space. The issue is we need 3 courts. They need to be a particular height and size. And in our town, even our school district, we have Dawson Creek's our South Peace campus. But that's really our only gym we could have hosted it. And the nice thing about having an event, anybody that's been to a volleyball tournament, having them all in one space is quite ideal. Everybody's there in one space. You don't have to move and having run out competitions. So that is the issue. And that's probably why I'm probably coming to council and sort of doing it this route, admittedly. Actually, it was recommended to me I come through this route because we did approach the city and it was like, no, you guys, this is an important event. And I do empathize with the user groups. On the other hand, I also want to say, we don't get this opportunity very often. I don't know if it will ever happen again. And I look at the legacy of this in running this competition and what it'll do for not just volleyball, but sport in general, and stuff like this. And maybe other sports will do this. Our numbers, in terms of numbers, it's hard to say how we get for numbers. I think some parents will travel with their kids, but generally because this is a school event, the teams come as a group. And that being said, over the last number of years with COVID and stuff, we have everything live streamed now, so the parents can watch it at a great lot of stuff. So that's really an advantage.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Apolonio.
Just to say thanks, Mr. Wolf. I know we met a lot before, and of course, thank you very much for the support, of course, to our community, especially to our Olympics. We are so appreciated about your effort in doing this, and the people came there. I think it's more than 300, and Councillor Parslow is right. Maybe your number is kind of low, but maybe we'll be expecting more 1,000. So I'm supporting this because it's really, you know how people get together for sports, especially like in our community. And volleyball is a good thing for us because I know there's a lot of people that I know that playing volleyball, like from the community as well. So, and you are right. This is a good legacy. It's the first time, and maybe we could do it again in the future. So I'm sorry about the Ovintiv, but yeah. But anyway, Councillor Parslow has already verbalized that. Yeah, we're looking forward for this event.
Thanks, Councillor Apolonio. Councillor McDonald.
No, thank you, Worship. I just wanted to concur with Councillor Parslow and Councillor Apolonio. I see a huge benefit to our community hosting these provincial level events. I think I was personally very disappointed when it had to be canceled a number of years ago. I really looked forward to it. And I think just showing the province that we can do this will bring more events like this on the provincial level. You said that BC High School Volleyball would supply the flooring. We don't have to have our own flooring for that?
So in regards to the flooring, I guess understand there's a process within the city that they are purchasing a court floor.
Mm-hmm.
I did see a sample of it last week, of the other one that they're potentially getting. But I understand that is potentially coming. But from my understanding, talking to Aaron Powell, is he has a court floor booked through Volleyball Alberta that will come at our venue, so we can use that at the venue.
Okay.
I will confirm that to be sure, but that's what he mentioned to me the other day. He's got that, it's already booked. Actually, I think some advantages to this event is one, yes, you're just going to bring other competitions. It gives us a chance to see what a court floor looks on this place, understanding that the city is getting one and it's coming. What is it going to look like? How's it going to work?
Mm-hmm.
But also, I know the city, we won't get the other one late for a while. My understanding from sort of rumor, maybe next spring. So it's a lot later. I think, yeah. So that's my understanding, is the court flooring coming. I think from my understanding also, it's the covering the ice is a bit of a concern. But I guess Ovintiv has done that in the past. So it's sort of working in conjunction with them to get their cardboards to bring it, or plywood to come over to cover the ice. And there was some concern about moisture coming through, but Ovintiv did that for a number of years, my understanding, where they'd put a concert on and something would be there, and they could put it over the floor. So I don't think that's a huge concern.
So question to staff then, with the quality of the pad at the memorial, is there any concern about the extra load on that pad then?
I think before we go to staff, I think once this comes back later on, we're going to have to ask the staff a lot of questions about how this works. So I think we can wait till then to ask that. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been sort of a bit on the outside of this. I do athletics, I do many other things. So some of the organization committee has been working on it. So some of the questions I may not be able to answer. And I think the load, I don't know what that looks like. Ovintiv's done it, and I've seen it done in many other venues. That it's a court floor. How much does it put on the pad? I understand also, I think, from understanding, the pad at the Memorial Arena is getting some revamp.
Yeah, that's next year.
Exactly.
Next year.
It's next year? Okay,
Yeah.
I heard that might have been happening this year, so that sort of changes things,
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Any other councillors? I had a few, Eric. I just wanted to thank you for coming in here, and also it's been actually pretty amazing to see the last 10 or 15 years of the volleyball club, how it's growing. And I know I've just seen more with the female volleyball, but I know that they've put some very good competitive teams together and been fairly successful. And maybe the males has been, I don't know, but it just feels like this is a natural progress, on the way the organization is growing. And a big part of that is, to volunteers like yourself and Mr. Powell. And, but yeah, so it feels like it's natural that, this to be hosted here, and it's kind of, naturally went that way, right? It's growing every year. It's getting big. There's a lot of youth involved in it, which is amazing for our youth. So just wanted to thank you and for everybody that, has contributed to that. So, and then later on, in Mayor's business, we'll bring this back and kind of go through how this works and how we can support it or not, and then let you know. But so thank you very much. Sorry, I'll turn your mic back on there. But
okay. No, thank you very much. I mean, it's nice to see council in different ways. I mean, hey, I've had to run against Amy. I beat her in one race one night time. But it's nice to see you guys in a different perspective. And anybody knows anything about me, I'm here about the volleyball championships, but athletics in general. I had a teacher this morning said I was coming and said, so tell them we want a field house. I mean, I'm not even here about that. But anybody comes to me about athletics, and anybody knows I support not just the school perspective, but athletics in general, and it's what I've done. So I'm looking for support from council. Like I say, I came to you because I know that's user groups and ice time, and I'll let you guys have that. But and I know they're also doing scheduling for that now. So I don't like to inconvenience other people, and maybe you guys could talk. I don't know what's happening at the Ovintiv Center. I really personally don't, other than it's booked. but that was the ideal thing. So a second option. So, okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to actually make it back in time for my next class.
Oh, perfect. We wanted to make sure you were on time.
Well,
so, yeah.
Good thing I had it covered. It was all good. Okay. Thank you very
But
much.
thank you again, Eric, for coming in, and thank you for all that you do in our community
You're
to
welcome.
help youth. So thank you very much. So perfect. All right, our next order of business is 2.5. We have Tim Shields, Northwest Spirit Rotary Club in attendance regarding the request for a beverage garden permit for the Dawson Creek Ribfest, July 28th to the 30th, 2023. Welcome, Tim. If you just push your button on the mic there, I'll turn it on. So,
Perfect.
welcome. Thank you.
Thank
for
you
coming.
very much.
You're welcome.
Very pleased to be here. Thank you for allowing me to visit today. It's still a weird thing for me to do these things in person. I've always been doing it on Zoom for 3 years.
Yeah.
So I'm here today just to give you a little bit of a background about Ribfest, seeing as it's the first time that Dawson Creek is going to host one. I thought you might not want to know a little bit about it. There have been Ribfests in our area. Grand Prairie's been doing one for 5 years. Fort St. John has done one for the last 3 years. And basically what a Ribfest is a food festival. The big draw, of course, is the ribbers, which is what the rib trucks are. We've contracted with 4 rib trucks to be in Dawson Creek, as well as an onion truck and a slow roasted corn truck. Around that, we will have other vendors. We're especially looking for desserts. Ice cream and donuts apparently are very popular. And one of the ribbers, the manager, actually mentioned that would be a very popular thing for his rib staff, is to be able to have the donuts. So we're working on that. We are quite a small Rotary club, relatively new, just formed 3 years ago, and we are a regional Rotary club. So we are very much looking at partnerships and have started establishing those. The Dawson Creek Curling Club, we have talked to several times, and they're very keen to take on the beverage garden. One of the biggest things they taught me is it's no longer a beer garden, it is now a beverage garden. And they're going to run it. It's actually going to be ideally situated for them. I was just down there on Wednesday and talked to Jeff Ginter, and they can have it right beside the curling rink, so all their supplies are just around the corner. They're very keen to be part of it. They're looking for year-round fundraisers. This is a fundraising event. What we have arranged with them is they basically pay a vendor fee, which in their case will be the supply of tables and chairs for everybody else to sit on, and then they take the profit. We've also partnered with Nawakan Friendship Center. They're going to be helping with volunteers as well as running a 50-50, and we're in conversation with a couple of youth groups to run especially Pop and Water stand and help with volunteers as well. So it's going to be a great community event. I expect somewhere in the range of 10,000 people to come through the gates over the course of the 3 days. I know I've been accused of being an optimist, and I prefer to aim high and prepare for high. The experience that friends of mine have had, and I've honestly been looking at a Ribfest for Dawson Creek for 10 years now. I have friends that run some of the biggest Ribfests in Ontario and indeed across Canada, and they got me very excited about it. The one in particular asked me, what's the population of Dawson Creek? I told him it's 12,000 people. He says, that's how many people you'll get. I know this year that Grand Prairie is not hosting. They haven't been able to arrange it. I think we'll get people from Hythe, Beaver Lodge, the surrounding farm communities coming into town as well. So I'm very excited about it, and I'm really just looking for your support right now for the liquor license is our biggest thing, is we have to have council support for that. The permit application has gone in, and my understanding is we're okay with using the curling rink parking lot. We had originally looked at setting it in the old Centennial swimming pool, and having tents set up on the grass. But I had a look at it after all the snow went away, and it's just not level enough. Like, we can't really set up tables and chairs there. There's a lot of rocks on it still from all the snow. So we moved it over to the parking lot, nice and level, easy to set up all of the trucks. I think that was the points I had on my, we'll have games and activities for family. Very family-friendly event. And I'm here to answer any questions you have about what a Ribfest is or how this is going to look.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Tim.
Thank you.
I will open it up to council first here. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Tim. It's good to see you in person as well. I mean, this seems great. I was going to say, the fact that you felt you needed to come and ask in person was adorable, but I think you had me at Ribfest. But no,
that's been the reaction all over town. As soon as I say Ribfest, people get excited.
So, I mean, I am curious, maybe kind of give a brief overview of what someone coming through the gates at a Ribfest would expect. Is there, so there's ribs and food, but is there like a circuit of different ribs they try? Like, I know when I was at the event center, we did an event, I think it was like beer, bacon, and something like that, where we had like varieties of different bacon delivery methods. And, I don't know, I'm trying to conceptualize what I mean, I don't want to oversell it to the wife, but she's going to be excited. So I need to know what I'm getting into here. So, is this all day carrying around like things of ribs behind her while she?
Well, you can do that. You're very welcome to do that. There will be 4 rib trucks, and they travel the circuit together, and work very closely together. But they all have their own recipe, so they are independent. So they are competing for everybody to come to their truck rather than the other one. My personal favorite is actually the blooming onion, which will be here. And it is a type of onion ring, but it's the whole onion done at once and dipped into the oil. And it's absolutely incredible. I had the opportunity to have one in Ontario. I will give you fair warning, you want to be having somebody to share it with. It's too big to eat on your own. And this year, for the first time, we'll also have slow roasted corn. We have a hot dog vendor that we're working with, and that's more for kids. And we'll see what we get for donuts and ice cream to top it off.
That is wonderful. So, follow-up question then, for any local vendors or chefs who might want to, put their ribs up against the traveling folk, is there an opportunity for local content? Is there?
There's an opportunity for local content, but in our contract, we can't have ribs.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you.
We have to watch the meat end of things, but hot dogs and hamburgers are okay.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Councillor Parslow.
Well, I'm delighted that you're bringing that to this community.
Thank you.
I share your advice with the onion. I went to my first Ribfest in Fort St. John.
Oh.
And there were a number of Dawson Creek Rotarians there. Joe Judge and some others. There they held it at their festival plaza, and there was music, there was splash park, there was swings, there were all sorts of things for kids to do. So I think you said it's a family-friendly thing. So do you plan on having some things that young kids can engage with, and assume that we have some hot weather, some place to cool down?
Grand Prairie has held theirs the weekend before for the last 5 years, and they've only had 1 day of rain. So
Okay.
I'm banking on we're going to have warm weather.
Yeah.
But yes, we will have activities for the kids. Still working out the logistics and who can provide some of them. I had a chat with the disc golf people just briefly, and we're going to work that out. They're going to have a competition for the adults and one for the kids as well, even learning to disc golf. And we've got a couple other irons in the fire that I don't want to mention in case they go south.
Yeah.
But we do plan to have some activities. One of the nice things, if we could have used the old Centennial swimming pool, is there is a playground right there.
Yeah.
Which was kind of my first thought with that. But we will have other activities so that it's more than just the food.
Yeah. No,
And the music end of it will depend on how many sponsors we can get.
Yeah. No, it's a great event. So thanks to the Rotarians for bringing it. It's good.
Thanks,
Welcome.
Councillor Parslow.
Pleasure.
Councillor McDonald?
No, thank you, Worship. In regards to the beverage gardens, have you been in contact with anybody to provide safe ride home?
That the curling rink, I understand, is working on that end of it, but I will bring it up with them to make sure that that's taken care of.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald.
I'll write it down so I don't forget.
Yeah. I know how that works.
It's the fun of first time through is we got to do that too.
Yeah, exactly. Tim, it's been an amazing morning sitting here, actually seeing all, how amazing our community is, like from all the delegations we've had, and then to have you up here with the Rotary Club. For all the years that I've been here, I've seen how much the Rotary has done for our community and how much you have in your family. It's just it's an honor to have you in our community and to what Rotary does, and to bring something like this to our town that, helps, give us another thing to do, boosts our economy, brings our community together. It's just amazing. So I just really want to thank you and your family and the Rotary Club. There's so many things in this community that have been touched by Rotary, along with a lot of many other organizations. So not to downplay anybody else, but yeah, Rotary's been years of just giving back, and to me, it's about just doing what's right. It's about doing what's right in our community, and for no other reason besides it's just about community. So thank you for that. And yeah,
It's been a pleasure.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to doing it for a long time yet.
Yeah, perfect.
I got a couple granddaughters. I got to keep making sure there's things here for them too.
Yeah, perfect. So awesome. Well, thank you very much for coming in, Tim.
Thank you for your time.
We look forward to the event. So yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. You're going to have to come down and try every truck, Jeremy.
Yeah.
And
I looked at the dates, and I get back in between that too, and then between that and seeing the councillors drool while you were giving your presentation, I was like, I'm sure we'll have some attendance. So, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your time.
Tim. I'm just going to call a 5-minute recess. Our next order of business is 2.6. We have Dustin Bodnerneck, General Manager, Judy Kacharik, the Director of Marketing and Corporate Partnership for the Ovintiv Event Center in attendance regarding the 2022 annual report. So welcome, Judy and Dustin, and the floor is yours.
Good morning, Your Worship, Council, Administration, and thank you for having us today to present the 2022 annual report for the Ovintiv Event Center and Tourism Dawson Creek. Obviously, as we were, putting this together over the last couple of weeks and months, taking a look back 18 months from where we are today to where we have come from is it's quite something. There's a lot of stories, both positive and negative, but I can't commend my team enough of the different trials, the strength of our team over that period of time. Even looking back 18 months ago, as we were ending 2021, there was a new variant that was announced. We were still at capacity challenge in terms of how many people were allowed to to come into any given event. We were still low numbers in terms of staffing and managing that in different ways. And since that time, to be able to, see the changes, both, the growth of our team, but the resilience of, being able to host major events again has been great to see. And again, can't commend my team enough for that. I know a couple of months ago, Mayor and Council were able to, come and visit the event center and get a detailed look behind the scenes of the facility. And I could tell, by the expressions on everyone's faces, you saw the firsthand knowledge, expertise of our team, and passion that all of these local individuals have. Everything from, the time that gets put into the mechanics and engineering of the facility, and overlooking the entire asset, through partnerships, marketing, finance, ticketing, our event expertise, etc. So again, can't do it without people, and very privileged to have a great team working at the building. Obviously, the annual report is in front of you. It is quite detailed with kind of an oversight of the entire year that was 2022, and some of the accomplishments of the facility. Today, we're just going to quickly go through a quick snapshot of kind of some highlights. Obviously, as I kind of mentioned just now, we did see quite a range of things from, still being at a capacity issue on January 1st, all the way to, 3.5 months later, being able to work with the Dawson Creek Exhibition Association and, launch a very successful first spring rodeo in the course of 1 month's time, from the time that it was announced to show day. And going on from there, everything that was kind of building upon. So, small events in Co-op Mercer Hall, the return of regular annual events in the facility, from Dawson Creek Mile Zero Cruisers in the summertime to annual Oktoberfest in the fall. Just to draw your attention to page 15 and our financial report for the year. We ended off the year with 56 total events and 110 event days for a total of attendance of 33,578 people through the facility. Of course, throughout the course of the year, it was important that we manage the business very carefully. As we put together the budget early in the, or late in the summer, early in the fall, looking at what 2022 could look like, it was very difficult at times to know when capacity restrictions could be lifted. So we were looking at different scenarios, everything from, February and March, all the way until July 1st of what that first large event could be. So again, the team managed expenses very well during the first half of the year. And then we also saw some resurgence of some key strategic events of the larger scale on the back half of the year, which had larger attendance than we had earlier forecasted. So at the end of the year, we beat budget beat subsidy by $296,816. So the net subsidy for the year was $1.352 million. A couple other kind of key stats just to look at. A number of years ago, we started tracking, direct hotel nights that event organizers or the tour or even ourselves book in the community when events come to town. So in 2022, there was 125 hotel rooms for 335 room nights. A couple of other key things just to bring to your attention as it is part of our mandate here in Dawson Creek is to hire local, train local, and also anytime that we can procure local as well. So some pretty strong statistics in terms of working with our partners and community businesses to build upon what we have at the event center. Flipping to another page, on page 17, these are some statistics on the overall electrical and gas usage at the South Peace Community Multiplex. This, as Mayor and Council know, is one of the largest expenditures of running a venue of that size, right? And as you can see, the usage was down in comparison to 2019, but it continued to increase year over year in 2020 and 2021 as different parts of the facility started to reopen and get more use over that period of time. So this is something that we manage, on your behalf on a regular basis. We have a very strong operations and engineering department. Some of you have met the team over there. They manage all of that on your behalf, and are always looking for new creative ways to not just manage the utilities, but find cost savings on that end of things. But as we all know, some things are out of our control. Rates do increase year over year when it comes to hydro, etc. With that, I'm going to pass it over to Judy here just to go over a few our other highlights from the year.
2 minutes left. 3 minutes left, Dustin. I'm going to focus a little bit on some of our special events, and specifically with Co-op Mercer Hall. Co-op Mercer Hall, as many of you know, was completed in 2018, and it has become a gem in our facility. It is booked consistently. It's booked for everything from meetings to galas to parties to funerals. And it is a very adaptive space within our facility, and last year was no exception. Even starting when we had to start late because of the COVID rules, from April on, the facility and in particular in Co-op Mercer Hall has been consistently booked, and that's really great to see. Another thing that we're really proud of is last year we were able to host Oktoberfest again, and it was one of their highest fundraising events in years. That it was so successful, and it's so great to see some of those community events come back. Not many of you may know that we do partner with nonprofit organizations such as the Kiwanis Music Band in order to help them and assist them with their fundraising activities. So we're really proud of that. And this last year we had an opportunity to join the community by having a Halloween event at our facility that married quite well in with the other events that were happening within the community. It was just a walkthrough of, again, Co-op Mercer Hall that was decked out very well in Halloween, as a Halloween tour, and kids really enjoyed it. We had over 1,500 families through, and they were just making their way. They did the Pioneer Village, they came to our facility, they came to others. So it was just another great way that we could have something happening in the facility that was free to the public, that the community could use, and it enhanced all of the other events that were happening throughout the year. So very, very proud that we were able to welcome our summer cruisers back into the facility last year. Very proud that we could have the burnout competition that has grown so well, that's put on by Peace Country Toyota, and they just do an amazing job. Really looking forward to that this year. And then, of course, our sold-out shows that occurred, and very much looking forward to finishing off 2023 strong. 2022, like I said, I can't believe all that we accomplished just after the building opened in April. Virtually, it opened in April. So very proud of that fact. And again, I can only reiterate how amazing our team is at the facility. They're just great support.
Perfect.
Do you have anything you want to add?
Again, just kind of a few other things just to touch on. Near the end of the report, we did come to the close of our 5-year status of running tourism on your behalf. Obviously, lots of learning throughout that time. Heart always went out to all of our tourism stakeholders and businesses during the pandemic. The hospitality and tourism sector did get hit hard over the course of those 2 years. We did see a resurgence in 2022. Obviously, that pent-up demand of borders opening, people wanting to travel, trips that were delayed for 1 to 2 years. So we did see that kind of resurgence, or that begin of the return of travel in 2022, which is great to see. Again, we just manage things accordingly based off of the needs of the community, the needs of our visitors. We did see a spike of both caravan groups, so that group travel did rise again in 2022, which has a direct correlation with gift shop revenue at the visitor center in that summer. So, just under 15,000 visitors for the entire year, which was down compared to pre-COVID numbers, but again, a good start going into 2023.
Perfect. Thank you both for your time and presentation. I will open this up to council. Questions, Councillor Parslow?
Well, I certainly, from those things that I've engaged in at the Ovintiv Centre, I take my hats off to the staff for sure. And everything I've attended has been classy. So I think the gun club, for instance, as one example, and the real classy thing you put on in support of the city for the NCLGA. So take my hats off to you there. It's certainly well done. Of course, I love budgets, right? And I don't wish to dwell too much, but you did draw our attention to page 15. So just some simple questions. The number of events, city/recreational, were 3. A number of events, city recreational event days. So I understand that. Well, what were those events?
So looking back, they could have been anything from, a yoga class specifically that we recorded numbers for. It could have been a graduation. Could have been put into that bucket.
Oh, there was a graduation of Ovintiv in 2022?
In 2022 there was,
okay, yeah.
Right, so it could have been a number of those type of activities.
Sure. And so, of course, the 2022 budget was still being impacted from the point of view of delivery by some regulations. Is that fair to say?
That would be fair to say, right?
Okay, and that would be linked to why the wide variation between budgeted revenue and actual revenue, correct?
Correct.
Just following that through, yeah.
Yeah.
Last question would be the gross ticket revenue.
Yes.
Is that the total cash flow, or is that your net after you've paid transferred ticket sale proceeds to the performers?
Yeah, great question. So that's the total gross ticket sales.
Gross ticket sales.
Through
okay.
Through the ticketing system.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good to see you guys. Thanks for coming in. I wanted to echo the sentiments of Councillor Parslow, obviously, as having been involved in the NCLGA organizing committee, and you let me set up an office in the room, the hockey coaching room there for a couple days. I appreciate the work that went into it. You guys did phenomenally well. And as somebody who worked there prior to Mercer Hall being completed, when it was just an empty space with a dirt floor, I'm as happy as I am to see it be well used. I'm also incredibly jealous that I wasn't there for that, because, to see even in a year where the first 3 months we're still dealing with COVID, to see it booked, basically one day out of every week at least, is phenomenal. And obviously I think it fills a niche in the marketplace that I think we always suspected existed, but to have it confirmed in this fashion is great. And I guess the question is how we can continue to build on that success and make sure that particular amenity is getting utilized. Just with respect to Mercer Hall events, how often is there a food and beverage component that goes along with that? Because I know, as far as, alleviating budgetary pressures, having the food and beverage component, having those ancillary revenues always makes a huge difference. So is it something that is also keeping food and beverage busy, or?
Absolutely. Almost, I would say 90% of those bookings have a food and beverage component to them. And that's, that also goes hand in hand with the success of that space. And we've learned over the past few years what some of our booking clients want of that space. And so now we're looking towards, making a few little tweaks and changes to the space in order to be able to facilitate some of those needs. But yes, food and beverage, a very large component.
Great. And I guess I'd just end by commending you and the staff there for working with our staff through the emergency social services being offered to evacuees throughout the region due to the wildfires. It's, I've heard nothing but glowing reviews of the hospitality offered when people go to the facility. And I wanted to pass along those positive sentiments. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Councillors, thank you both again for coming in. I had, I did want to comment. I know you brought up in your presentation the team that you have down there, and I know everybody that's sitting here is very impressed by the team down there, and it's just a true team. And when we did get that tour, it just reiterated kind of what we've known and seeing how much that culture impacts the community and what you do. So we really appreciate the team down there and everything you do every day. So thank you. Just out in the community talking to people, I know I've know a little bit of this answer, but I figured I better ask the question. There has, from our community, there's been a lack of events in the facility since, obviously COVID and then coming out of COVID. So realize that the world market's changed a little bit in that industry, and maybe you could just share a little bit about what that vision is and what maybe, like, if you had a crystal ball, what you think it will look like, because obviously we know it's different. Most big names are going to bigger venues, and I wanted to get it out too, because I know it's not from a lack of trying on your part that we're not getting events. So I just wanted you to touch base on that. So
No, thank you very much for the question. Obviously, we do have a mandate to bring in events of all scales, right? Because there is a desire by the community, there's a desire by our client, mayor and council, of our partners in the facility, right? Events is the engine that keeps everything going, right? Coming out of COVID, I'm not going to use the crystal ball analogy because I probably have thrown 5 of those out in the last 3 years. But there are a couple trends, and we meet on a bi-weekly basis with my colleagues across Canada and the United States in terms of who's touring, when they're going out, and it is fluctuating immensely, right? So one key trend that we've seen, obviously coming out of COVID, artists not being able to tour for 2 years, they are hitting those, what you would call a major market or an area that has 15,000 person capacity, right? So, because if they haven't worked for 2 years, they need to create, that lost revenue somehow. So that's one kind of key trend. Another one, which, isn't because of COVID, but it is a trend that happens every 4 years. This year, our buildings down south of the border are extremely busy. And this happens every 4 years ahead of an election year. And the reason why that happens is that in an election year in the US, promoters cannot buy media up, right? So TV, radio, digital, that whole media landscape is bought out by two parties in an effort to, for their election purposes. So that's another trend. Again, we're always looking at opportunities. Some of the tours that we've even taken strong looks at for this year, for whatever reason, scheduling, etc., they're already proposing dates for 2024 now. So that calendar is it's quite dynamic, and it's always kind of in this constant flux where things aren't written in stone until they happen, right? So there will be a couple of things that we announce shortly for the fall. There are a number of dates that we're already putting on hold for different groups for the first quarter of 2024. So it's just that constant working at it in order to come up with the best calendar possible for the venue.
Thank you. Another question too, just on your presentation, you got $753,000 that was local purchases in 2022. So does that include your food and beverage purchases?
No, that one, it would just be for operating of things on the venue management side of the equation. So it wouldn't, if one of our suppliers is Lawrence Meats and we purchase all of our hot dog product from there, that would not be part of this amount.
Okay. So this would be more like your filters, like that kind of stuff, which you're... Okay. Perfect. I don't know if I had any more questions. Councillor Parslow, did you? I can give you one last, we're at our time already, but so
then a wise investor from the point of view of buying a year-round a rental of the bots would be to track the year of presidential elections and take a miss every 4 years, the year before. Is that what you're...
No. That's a great question, Councillor Parslow. No, that's not how
you would want it to happen.
I would like it to happen at all. I think one of the things, and this is even a trend going back pre-COVID, in terms of the different size of events and different events that we're touring into secondary markets. I believe it was around 2015 or 2016, and senior administration and the building staff and council, they looked at what's that visioning aspect for the facility, and that combination of touring events and community good and recreational use, etc., was kind of all combined, right? And there was a document that came out of that with some key pillars, for the building operations, everything from hire local, procure local, community good, all of those aspects. And at that same time, the building hired on a special events manager, and the whole goal behind that was to fill in dark days, right? So coming out of COVID, not knowing the uncertainty of what this other variable a touring market could have on the business, being able to put in key things with local promoters, annual things, was an extremely smart move at the time, and it has paid dividends since then.
Perfect. Thank you. Just want to thank you both for the presentation and the annual report. And once again, just to reiterate, just a huge thank you to the team down there and, what they do day in and day out. So we look forward to some future events there. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much. We'll pass that along to the team. We love telling them that they're loved, and we'll pass that along to them. So thanks so much.
Perfect. It's definitely earned. They do a good job.
Yes,
So thank you.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
All right, our next order of business 2.7, We have David Shea, Nonprofit Portfolio Manager for BC Housing in attendance regarding the supportive housing in Dawson Creek. So welcome, David.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Thank you for having me. I'm glad to be back to talk with you today. I've got a bit of a presentation. I think this is mostly stuff that we've talked about before. So I'll just go to the next slide. I'm managing this?
I think you are, but that's above my pay grade.
Could be above my capacity too.
Yeah.
So supportive housing is, right now, we're delivering housing under 4 envelopes. There's Community Housing Fund, which is a mixed model of market and deep subsidy and rent geared to income for families and seniors. We have Indigenous housing, which is on or off reserve, that includes some staff supports. We have women in transition housing, and we have supportive housing. Supportive housing is a program for people who are homeless or at risk of homelessness, who have been unable to maintain their housing, and it includes 24/7 staff, 2 staff on and 2 meals each day. And that's the building that we built at on 104th and 11th. The intention is to remove traditional barriers to housing, to give them an option to have their own home, to provide supports to help them maintain their tenancy and develop the skills to be able to move into the market, or at least to be able to maintain that housing, to build a sense of community within that home, and they pay rent. So they live there under the Residential Tenancy Act, and they pay rent just like the rest of us would in a facility. It's supportive housing is built on some evidence. It's built on a housing first model, which means that if you can provide people a home, then they can be in a position to start to change their behaviors and change their lives. And equally, if they have a home, then there's a person that cares about them. There's their own toilet, there's their own door, and therefore they're less likely to cause challenges around the broader community. The other part of this, and I guess I'll come to that next slide, is so in the past when I've talked with you, I've tried to be really open with you about this is what happens in this site. People that live in these buildings have addiction issues. People that live in these buildings have mental health challenges and physical health challenges, and many years of experience with abuse or neglect, or being beaten down by their experience with life, and that people who live there do use. And just like people that live in any other home often use as well. But I don't want to give the impression that, that this is a facility where people, we support that or encourage that. Not everybody that lives in the building have addiction issues. It varies. Last time I talked to you, the number's a little different now. I'll show it to you later, but it was kind of roughly a third of the people had physical disabilities, a third of the people had mental health issues, and a third of the people had addiction issues. And there's another third of them that have, complexities of those. The operating agreement says specifically this: the provider will strive to accommodate new individuals who may otherwise encounter barriers to housing because of certain circumstances. In particular, the provider will reasonably accommodate individuals with pets, particularly in situations where individuals are transitioning from shelters or other forms of homelessness to housing. Accommodate individuals who may require harm reduction supplies on site, including clean needles, access to safe supply, condoms, etc., and ensure that appropriate overdose prevention measures are in place for residents of the development. So my feeling is that addiction grows and breeds in secrecy. And so part of what we're trying to do is to take away the secrecy, to be upfront about what's happening in the community and with the people that live there, and just be where we're at. The harm reduction model says that, people will live longer if those sort of risks are removed, and the longer they live, the safer they are, and the more likely they are to make a choice to change their lives. And of course, all of us have friends and family who have died as a result of the opioid crisis, and they are not necessarily street people. That the drug use and drug addiction and addiction broadly affects all of us in this room. It's not something that's unique to a certain class of the population. And so what we're trying to do is create a safe home, a place where people belong in the midst of the community, to house people who live here, who are from here, so that they're no longer on the streets. And to not exclude people, or to create programming that's about including people and bringing people back into society. Some of the biggest challenges that we have are people that have been so excluded from society that their ability to care about belonging is gone. And so what we're trying to do is sort of recreate that and build a sense of belonging in a place where people can start to thrive. So within that facility, we provide a variety of supports. The staff that are there, so there's two 24/7 tenant support workers. They are trained in community social service work. There is a cook and a cook's assistant. And then we have, health comes around. Some of those people get home supports just like any of the rest of us might in our homes. And then we try to create linkages and support people to make sure that they're creating linkages with their counseling, probation, whatever those other things are. We try to create opportunities for referrals for AA type meetings, try to refer people to detox when they want to do that, and any other aftercare treatment, physical or otherwise that we can assist with. Of course, all of that is voluntary, that people can just choose not to receive service. And then each of the people that lives there, typically we do a vulnerability assessment tool. It's an assessment with an individual that comes to live there. I'm going to talk about that referrals in a second. And then providing safe use, safe strategies, support tactics, to help people stay alive. So the idea is that, and we kind of try to walk an interesting line that isn't very defined, so we could use some support with that with the RTB, I believe, but where we're sitting right now is that the supportive housing is not excluded from the Residential Tenancy Act. So there's a guide sheet number 46 that speaks specifically that says women's programs, addictions programs, and shelters are not subject to the Residential Tenancy Act. Supportive housing is. So people live there. If we decide that they're not meeting, whatever our needs, and want to evict them, then we have to follow a process. It's not just a case of, kicking them out. It's not like assisted living either. And to be honest, originally I thought that it was in the same category, but it's different. So our program operators are trying to sort of navigate that line, that people that live there have all of the rights of any other tenant, like any other tenant in this town. In terms of, right to common enjoyment, or however that might be phrased. When their behaviors get in the way, so if they don't pay the rent, or if they have, acting out or cause difficulties or violence and whatnot, then sometimes that we make the decision that they should be evicted and follow that process. And that has happened in our facility, and then there's the processes that are in place now. Otherwise, we're there to support them and to help them to, again, start to become part of the community. So the next piece of this is just to kind of point out to you that, we have over 400 units of housing in Dawson Creek. BC Housing is part of. There's about 60 on the, and this is a spectrum. On the very far left is the people that need the most supports, and on the far right is where we have been doing some work to help people get into the private market to create affordable home ownership as well. So we have about 60 units in the supportive side of it. There's 20 rent supplements that we have in town. There's 32 units of housing at the at my home place, and then we just began to fund the Nowakan shelter. So there's 17 units at the Nowakan shelter as well. We have 80 units of transitional and supportive housing and assisted living. So that includes the women in transitional housing, and it includes Northview. And then 162 units of low-income housing, which is our privately operated or directly managed facilities in town, a number of duplexes. We provide 95 rent supplements or rental assistance for seniors, and then we have 25 units in the affordable home ownership piece of it. This is a photo of the it's not this building, but they look very similar. So each of the units is a studio suite. They come equipped with a kitchenette, a single bed, a table and chairs, their own washroom. and towels and whatnot are typically supplied as well, at least at the beginning. Supportive housing is not a shelter. A shelter is a overnight stay, whereas this is, people actually have rent, have their own key, pay their, and sign a tenancy agreement. And along with the tenancy agreement as well, then what we try to do is a case plan. So that's where we try to sort of walk the line between the Residential Tenancy Act and the social work side of it. So what we're trying to do with people is to say, in my mind, that's a three-part agreement. So there's the tenancy side of it, the traditional stuff that needs to be in a tenancy agreement under the law, when you pay your rent, that sort of stuff. And I think there's probably a common piece there about common hours, laundry, some of those things that are common to everybody, and then a third part, which is an individualized case plan. So people don't have to participate in that. But that's the idea, is that you're going to come here and then you're going to participate in a case plan. How do you plan to change your life? Now, I don't like doing that much myself, so people probably don't typically either. But that's the idea, is what's your goals in being here? And I think that they vary. It could be one person wants to get their kids back and get their driver's license, and another person's still trying to learn to wash their face every day. Like literally, there's some real extremes in terms of where people are at. And so trying to connect with people and start to coach and encourage and coax them out of themselves to start to, engage. And people often don't want to. So we're kind of working with that. And that's, a long process of inclusion and creating belonging. And so it's really about trying to create relationships with people that have a lot of experience with failed relationships, and people have a lot of experience with trust. So supportive housing.
Cut
yes.
you off. Do I need to just make a motion to extend? Is that, I can just allow it to keep going? Okay.
Okay, I'll try and go a little faster.
That's fine. I just know there's probably a few questions coming too.
Yeah.
So.
So we provide on-site supports. I think I've said that, so I'll carry on. I think it's important to reinforce to you that we have a coordinated access process. So each month when there are vacancies, there's a committee that meets. It consists of somebody from BC Housing, people from My Home Place, and Northern Health. And it may be others, depending on who the people are that are being referred. So then a conversation occurs about who is David, what issues does David have, and really the issue is to be as frank and honest as you can about who this character is and will they fit in this facility. What are their challenges? They have behavioral issues, they have addiction issues, they have health issues, and then My Home Place can make a decision about if they can take that person on, if they think that they can provide a home for them. And so part of that is that other fit, like who else do they have in the facility, how difficult are those, and try to create a balance in a community. And just to reinforce for you that everybody that lives in that house is from here, has always been from here. There's 32 suites there, and they are all local residents. Right now, there are 32 adults from Dawson Creek who were previously unhoused or precariously housed living at My Home Place. 21 of them are men, 11 of them are women, and 80% identify as Indigenous. I think when I spoke to you last October, it was 56% were identifying as Indigenous. And this also tells me that, I'll just move the slide ahead for you, 25% of those people are under 25, 31% are 25 to 43, so about 55% right now are under 45, 25% are 44 to 49, and 20% are over 50. And then last time I was here, I sort of said this, but 46% identified a physical disability, health issue, 54% a mental health issue, 43% a substance use issue, and 7% a trimorbidity, a combination of more than those. Right now, 21 people living there have lived there for more than a year. So that facility opened in May of 21, so it's just past 2 years. 2 residents have moved on to independent living, and right now 2 are volunteering in the community. Last time when I talked to you, there was a couple that were working, and there was another couple that were taking some college courses. And then on the right-hand side, it just talks about some of the activities. So, social recreational activities, some community building activities, kindness cart and whatnot, wellness checks. So staff, if they haven't seen somebody, they check on them. after 24 hours to make sure that they're there, to make sure that they're safe. And then just making the point that generally we've been receiving positive feedback from the police and from the integrated case management team. We have a coordinated access committee, a community advisory committee rather. So that's something that we start with all of our buildings. It's an effort to draw in the community, to create lines of communication so that if issues do arise, that they have a phone number, that they know the face, they know the people, and a phone call can be made. So so that it doesn't happen kind of out broadly in the street, but more appropriately so that a person can get a real answer. I don't mean to put Johanna on the spot, but we have had some experiences with KPAC. There was one incident a couple of years ago. They phoned, we called, we responded, we followed up. I think that we did a pretty good job of connecting around that. And I think I can't guarantee that something isn't going to happen, but none of us can anywhere in our towns. But what I can do is create a mechanism for people to communicate. I think I certainly hear from Angela and Tolu that we have a good working relationship with KPAC, with Western Financial, with the Salvation Army, with St. Mark's, and we try to build a network within that neighborhood to be able to, respond to issues as they arise. I recently had a conversation with Nawakan's office about sort of including them more and just sort of broader because we're working with the same population, and to just try and make sure that there is venues so that if you as council have questions, that there's a venue for that to happen, and again, as if the neighborhood does as well. I would say that we have had a influx of harassment or queries from community members, making comments about the programming that happens there, making judgments about the work that gets done there. So we've been experiencing some challenges in the community as well. I think that since snow closed, we are seeing a much higher group of people hanging around our property, causing us some challenges. When I go over there after meeting with you today, we're going to look at some physical things that we can do with the fencing and some of the building to just make it a little more secure for the people that live there as well. I am very happy to engage a conversation with you about this.
Perfect. Thank you very much, David, for the presentation and for joining us. So I'll open it up to council first here. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for coming. Good to see you again. I know, I think the last time we spoke was late last year, in the fall, autumn?
Yeah, October.
So at that point, it was similar. There were, I do feel like a lot of, the facility opened around the time the issue was kind of exploding in town, and as a result, people make the direct you become kind of a lightning rod for the controversy because, well, that wasn't here before, and now this other stuff is here. Whether or not it's resulting from there, or you're people who are crashing in parks, or in flop houses around the area in the downtown core. It all kind of becomes a convenient thing for people to point at and say that wasn't there before. I know in our last conversation, we kind of identify that, 18 months into the operation of this facility, in engaging with our local RCMP, they'd identified some challenges around working at the site, helping maintain order around there and the number of calls they were getting. And at that time, I think the suggestion was made to maybe reconnect with them and just take the temperature and see what can be done. I just want to confirm that conversation did happen, and if it did, were there any meaningful actions that arose from it? And then I have one more question as well.
I didn't connect with them, so I couldn't answer that for you.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. I would also note that we do have a new staff sergeant starting this week, so it would be last week, it would be very much worthwhile to reach out to them and maybe make an introduction so that, and familiarize them with the facility and the programming as well, because as you said, people people talk and rumor and innuendo and hearsay become fact in some people's minds, and they make assumptions based on that, and they act based on that, and it ultimately doesn't serve, I think, the interests of the community, the interests of the patrons and tenants at your facility. I did have a question though, and I didn't have, the reason I'm asking, I didn't really have a good answer for the person that called. So they got in touch, quite distressed about, I mean, a whole range of issues, but it boiled down to they'd had a loved one at the facility, and as part of that person's personal development, I guess, they were trying to abstain from alcohol specifically, but substances in general. And the person who was phoning had been a loved one of that person, and they felt kind of as, I mean, they basically felt that having their loved one in the facility in close proximity to other people who were using, in some cases, quite flagrantly and openly, as they claimed, undermined that person's ability to maintain sobriety. And I mean, I didn't really have a good answer for them. I do, agree in principle. Getting somebody off the streets is the best way to alleviate the desperation of their circumstances, and it gives you a chance to work on the other stuff. But I do have a hard time reconciling, somebody who is trying to abstain from drugs and alcohol, and how, when they're in that kind of environment, they can do so successfully. And I didn't have a good answer for her, so I was hoping you could speak to that.
Yeah, I can try to speak to that. I think, it boils down to me that we don't have enough facilities to be able to create that segregation really at this point. I think I can certainly discuss that with Angela and Tolu, and talk about, are there ways that we can be more accommodating for people that are in that spot? Because I think, it makes a really valid point. It's hard to get off. It's hard to quit anything. So, we want to respect that people have got to that space. And so if there's things that we can do to help support them to stay clean, I think we should, and I would like to see that. I don't know the story, of course, right? But I think we don't have enough facilities broadly, to create that sort of split. In Prince George, we have a few more facilities. So we have one that is, abstinence-based, that's post-recovery kind of oriented. We haven't got to that here.
Okay. And just one more follow-up in that same vein. So if somebody does come into the facility and things are going okay, they're making some progress, and they decide they want to kick a habit, is there a referral process for getting them into detox? Is that, what are we looking for? Because that's one thing, and not to beat up on Northern Health, but they're not always the most transparent organs. They're kind of opaque and trying to get a straight answer out of what detox beds are available, what's the turnaround time to get people into them, so is there kind of a referral process for that, or what's that pipeline look like? And if they go for 2 weeks to a month for treatment, are they at risk of losing their unit, or does it stay held in their name?
Right. So good questions. I don't know the answers specifically because I don't know the processes here, and I can try and get better answer for you. But the idea is that if I start to talk about wanting to change, then we're there to support me, if that's the case, if I'm the character, to make that move. Mm-hmm. How that works, I really don't know. How detox works. I do know that if a person was to go to detox, they would not lose their suite to come back. That we very much would not, and we do that. If people go to the hospital, we don't take their suite away either. So we try to be really flexible on that end.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Councillor Parslow.
So I was one of the city council people when this whole thing started, and I was not at all one of those people who were surprised about what happens there. I embrace the philosophy, the platform that you operate under very much. So I have a slide in front of me from your presentation that has at the top of it, who lives at my home place?
Yep.
So 32 adults from Dawson Creek who were previously unhoused or precariously housed. So the question I have there, is it correct for me to infer that should a vacancy become available, someone's moved on to independent living, let's say, that the one of the criteria for placement at my home place is that they are a long-time resident or a previous resident of Dawson Creek? Is there a time span?
No. So that first boils down to South Peace making that decision because they're the operator.
Right.
So I'll say this. It's a provincial resource, as they all are. It's owned by BC Housing. So it is possible that a person could come from another place, right? Just saying. But where we have come from, and of course, we build these buildings with the understanding that there is a need in the town in which we build it, right? So it's not about bringing people home or, we do it with the understanding that there's an existing need here. So when we started operating, like this was one of the first, it was the first one that opened in my territory. I work the northeast of the province. And, just saying, it was the second fastest one built in the province, which we're all kind of proud about, and that's in no small part to this council and this town. But the decision was made that they would be local. In my mind, I'm like, well, maybe they could come from Fort St. John too, because that building is just opened a couple months ago. But South Peace was pretty clear that they wanted to make sure that they were providing homes for people that are from here. So that is what's happened. There were people that were put on the list from Fort St. John that were not chosen because they chose people from Dawson Creek in lieu of that. I wouldn't say that they're specifically from the city limits. I'm guessing that some of those people may be, people that were rural or lived in indigenous communities in the neighborhood, but they are from here.
The general South Peace, perhaps.
Yeah.
So when it says were previously unhoused or precariously housed, those two statements relate to being, let's say, precariously housed here in Dawson Creek or area.
Yeah.
See, one of the issues that, as any community, there's an underground of skepticism, different people's truths, and so on.
Yeah.
It's quite bizarre, but is that many of the people who are causing problems in this town are new faces to town. I get this from frontline workers. I hear it from people, but I work with a number of frontline people. And they're new faces. Now, these people who are telling me have been frontline workers for years here. They say they know everyone on the streets, but there's new people. And I said, well, how are they getting here? And I'm not pointing this at you, but you know what the answer is? Mm-hmm. BC Housing's helping them to get here. How would that be possible? I mean, it's not your purviews, but whilst you're here, maybe does BC Housing have some people who are managing cases and able to give money to get to a different community to possibly see if there's better housing?
No.
Thank you. That's all I needed to hear.
No. When I was here last time, right, I was sitting at Hugs and Mugs, having a coffee. It was a beautiful day. It was afternoon, I'm like, oh, this is pretty cool, chatting with one of the women, the saleswomen from the furniture store. And in the process of that conversation, she's like, well, did you know? They dropped off 150 people here just the other day. I saw them right there. I'm like, who did that? Well, Northern Health. And I'm like, yeah, no, that's not happening, right? I mean, I'm hearing that everywhere. Towns are saying that, but that's not what's going on. I mean, people move around. Of course they do, right? And people come because they have family or because they came from here, because they heard whatever. I mean, I think we have the same experience in Prince George. And my friends that work on the front line are saying similar things. And, when you talk to Jana later today, I bet she could answer that much better than I can because she's from here. But there is a social change happening, right? Like we are dealing with an economy with illness, with mental health, with addiction in a way that we never have before. I don't think any of us really know how to deal with it, but they're not falling from the sky, right? I mean, I think that's the difficulty or the sort of the thing. It's like they're not falling from the sky. Like we need to have a more effective analysis. It's mental health, it's addiction, it's economy, it's people losing their jobs, it's people not having literacy skills to be able to, read the new manual, to work in the new mill, their divorces, people's lives fall apart. And we don't have the same kind of, social fabric that we used to. Sometimes my friends are like, well, back in the 30s, well, yeah, I showed up in the only suit he had to try and get a job. We don't have that same sense of decorum. Drug addiction changes people in a way that alcohol addiction didn't. There's a lot going on that's very complex. All I can think about is if I can house that person, give them a door, their own toilet, somebody that cares whether they come home, then there's a change in the community that we can start. And that the other parts of the community, the rest of the services that South Peace provides, the depth of services that Nawakan provides, and all of the other community organizations can start to create that. Do we have a handle on it? I don't feel like I do, but this is the only part that I have some power to contribute to, right? And then the other part that I have is to, I've offered before and I continue to offer is to show up here when you ask me, to answer your questions, to listen to what you're telling me, and to engage with my community and where I have influence the best way I can.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Apolonio.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, David, for coming over. I think I was there last November. I think you were there during the presentation, and it was good information, actually. I'm just only addressing, for example, how do you address this kind of stigma, like the information out there that this is not happening? For example, how will you present that idea in the community? Because here we are informed, but in the community, I think I'm not sure if they're because yesterday, for example, it was an event. My friend's trike was stolen, and then again that the same situation that they said they drop off some people from Vancouver here in Dawson Creek. So how the information will be out there, at least people will be educated in a way, at least this will be addressed squarely for them?
I don't know how to change that. I mean, I can tell you that that's not happening, right? Okay. But people aren't going to believe that. Okay. I don't know what to tell you around that. It's every town saying it. I think, we collectively need to know that, that's we have to say this isn't what's going on. But I think also, and I think we all have this. Some of the slides I showed you was like, well, it's colonialism and historic abuse and addiction. I mean, those are all truths. Each of those statements are so massive that they sound hollow. So for me to just say it, you're gonna be like, yeah, I've heard it all before. But those are the things, right? But we need to start to really deepen our analysis of what's changing in society and how we're able to implement new things. It's a stark conversation that we've had here this morning between the parks and the sports things that we talked about earlier and the addiction and the street issues that we're talking. Like those are stark differences in your town that we've talked about across the morning.
Just second question, David. Is that right? Pardon my ignorance. So I think minors are not allowed inside my
right.
place. Okay.
It's 19 plus.
Okay, because for example, like a family. For example, he has a kid or something, and he had no home, so he cannot bring his child. Is that right?
Well, again, because of the other things that happen in the facility, and some of the characters there may not be safe. So it's 19 plus in terms of who gets to live there. I couldn't say if there was an option for me to bring my kid in to visit, but we would always want to accommodate that outside of that space too.
Okay. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Apolonio. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. In your one slide, it mentions 21 residents have stayed for more than a year.
Yeah.
With 2 residents having moved to independent living. Do you have a timeline goal where the residents are being helped enough that they can move forward?
No, we don't. So that notion of transitional housing is out there around 24 months. Mm-hmm. And women's housing specifically works on that model, that you come into a safe house and then you go to a transitional house and then after 24 months move on to permanent housing. Part of what we understand here is that some of the people aren't going to be able to. They don't have the skill set to do it. Other people, I know one of the people we talked about when we first sort of envisioned the building in Fort St. John, as an example, was a man in his 70s or in that neighborhood of age who'd spent most of his life in jail, didn't have the ability to live on his own. So a facility like this might be his best bet for independent living before he moves on to assisted living or such. So we don't have an end date on there. We recognize that, this is that, put it in biblical terms, this is that 70 times 70 kind of process where, you just have to keep trying. Eventually, you'll hit it, the right mark. So the idea is that this might be a person's best option. That they still continue to need those supports, but they're able to stay there and maybe create, some stability for themselves.
Okay. That was my only question.
Okay, thanks, Councillor McDonald. Thank you, David. I have quite a few questions, so I'll try to get to the point on all of them. But first off, I just respect and appreciate the system and what the intent of the building is, and I completely support the most vulnerable in our community and want to be solution based in how we help them. So a lot of my questions stem from lots of our residents, but some is from myself and this presentation. So I'll start off. You said there's three different types of folks that are using the facility. So I have a really hard time understanding how allowing use of illicit drugs in there with addicts, and then having another category of people that have mental illness who are probably highly perceptive to addiction, how that makes sense to allow that cross in a building. Furthermore to that is I couldn't imagine the staffing complexities that comes with that. So I'm a staff member there. Like I couldn't even understand what training I would need to be able to deal with that, because it feels like it would just breed more problems in my mind. So I guess correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm having a really hard time understanding how mixing three different populations in one building while allowing, and then you also mentioned about safe supply, which blows me away a little bit because it doesn't have that in here. It says safe disposal and clean needles.
Did I say safe supply?
Yeah, in the presentation you did, yeah.
Okay.
So that was that wasn't, okay.
Well,
I guess.
I'll come back to that.
So the third, how did that work? But then also what, is it Northern Health that has trained staff in there? Because I would think a doctor would have troubles dealing with some of this, that could be in there. And if not, what tools do you have to train your staff and, addiction, trauma, culture? Do you require recovering addicts to be in there that have lived the life and know how to recover?
Those are all really good questions, Darcy and Mayor, and I don't know that I can answer them all. It's harm reduction supplies. Safe supply is a different thing, as I understand it. That's a prescription that I would get. The intention of that is that, because part of the issue is that, all kinds of people die, even non-addicted people, just because they got a bad batch type thing, right? So that's a different part of it. And that's an individualized thing. That's not part of what we're doing overtly. We are creating spaces for people to use safely, and part of that is a use plan that individuals would have, whether they use in the medical room with staff watching or whether they use in their own room with peers. So, there's some variety around how that can happen. When it comes to that part, my understanding is that the peer model is the most effective. That people use together on the streets all the time. They know what to do. It's a bit like going swimming, right? You have a buddy system. So we work on a plan with each individual that suits their needs. The co-location of addiction and non-addiction, I think that's a really valid point. I think it's part of what we're learning as we start to put these buildings and these programs together. I think we're also having a conversation just generally an observation about, like you say, the complexity of the people there and the kind of skill set that we need, on staff. At least in our own office, not saying that that's a high level decision at the moment, but in our own office, we're saying, we probably should be looking at different kinds of training for the people that are working here. I'm certainly hearing that same kind of thing from the operators as well, that this is a complex group of staff or group to work with. So we're continuing to build on that. Health is there on a as needed per person basis. So they're not there with us or with South Peace. They're there because, resident 1 or 2 needs health services. Most the people that work there, I don't know exactly where they're at, but they have, the 2-year social service worker diploma kind of training. They're paid at that community social service worker level in the union grid. And again, we're recognizing sort of a need for increasing skill sets to work with people who are complex like that. Did I answer all your questions?
Not really, but
okay.
To be honest,
okay.
I don't, or maybe I guess, yeah. I don't know. I just from a city's perspective, and your website's very clear that you're partners with the city of Dawson Creek on this building.
Yeah.
I can look from the outside and I guess give my opinion, but it's just an opinion. But I just don't see how that works, and I don't see how I could support it. Having somebody with mental illness on one part of a hallway, and then you have somebody using in a controlled environment, to me, it just doesn't make sense. I look at other facilities we have, and Jana's sitting here, so I'm not to point her out, but they have different facilities. They have, a housing facility. They have, a facility where they allow people that are in NA programs or AA programs. They don't mix them because you're putting vulnerable people with more vulnerable people, and I just don't see that working out well. So I get, we built it and we're learning. It seems like, that's what we all do. We learn from mistakes, and that's part of life, right? But we put this here, doesn't seem we have wraparound services to really support and help it. So we're just breeding more problems, which we're not ready to handle. And then, we don't have the staff to deal with it, right? So I'm not saying that I'm, I don't have empathy for those that need it, because I do. And I'm close to a lot of this and understand it. But so did it answer my questions? I don't think it did, because it's an issue and it needs to be addressed. And I guess that's where we'll push to help. We want to work together, and we want to create a good environment and a safe environment for people. But at the end of the day, we want to do it right. And if it's breeding some of these problems, it's across from a daycare and a school, and it's there's some problems that come with that. Another part of the presentation, we talk about, there's the success rate, and I think that's good to share on. But I'd like to know the other side of that. So how many fatalities and deaths have there been in that facility, and from mental illness and addiction?
I don't know the number. I want to say 7 comes to my head. I don't know the number exactly. I did ask that before. Most of those, I'll get this for you, okay? And maybe I'll just communicate with you afterwards anyways to just make sure I get a better handle on your questions, okay? So don't take any of this as a grain of salt, okay? Because I don't have the right numbers, but I want to say it's around 7, and most of them happened off-site. I'm aware of a couple of overdoses, and I'm aware of, heart attack or natural cause deaths as well.
Okay. That's higher than I was thinking. So, and I would appreciate maybe having a meeting afterwards, but and I know some of this is out of your control. I know some of this control is provincial, but I just have a real struggle with creating a facility where we enable addiction. I don't think that's the cure, and that's, my opinion. I believe it is prolonging the inevitable. And I don't know that really helps people that are in addiction, but that's my, opinion, and some of that's educated. But some more questions, I think you touched on this a little bit, but there is an influx of vulnerable folks in the community. And I know a lot of that is the times, right? We're coming out of COVID. We're coming out of the highest depression rates probably this world has ever seen.
Yeah.
People losing their jobs. There's lots of things that contribute to that. The drugs are different. There's lots, right? But when you say they're all local, I hear it too, like Councillor Parslow said, from, workers that are on the line, if we want to see all the stats, who's staying there, so you're saying it's all local.
Yeah.
So if we ask to see every residence in there, where they're from, it's going to be all local?
Well, I'm not telling you a story here, right? I mean, I am not telling you I'm not making this up, okay. Right? You're welcome to come there. I mean, you know Angela, she lives right there or works right there. I think reach out to her and ask her yourself. That's who's telling me that they're local.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, and I'm not questioning you.
No,
These are just questions I get lots.
Yeah.
So it's like just figured since you're here, and I know having you come here, we appreciate you here, but
I'm glad to be here, yeah.
There was a few emails back and forth to get to this, so I want to take advantage of having you here.
Yeah.
So. Other thing, worker-wise, how many recovering addicts do you have working?
I have no idea.
You don't know? Okay.
No.
Another thing too is I've looked back through the stats when this facility was in the process and talked to quite a few people that were on that board, but and I understand the wording too. Like sometimes the wording can be a little bit confusing on what the intent is, but I have a really hard time with it being a wet facility. I do, and I don't think that this was the intent that we believed it was going to be. And I can only speak from today. I can't speak from the past, and I know there was some dialogue, but I have a hard time with our name being attached to the facility, allowing that in a facility of that case. And I get that if we need, areas and places where, addictions can be done, but there's got to be a plan to help those individuals get off it. It's not just a safe place to do it, where you can do it there whenever you want. It's got to be okay, here's a safe place, but these are the steps to get you to a lower level. But if it's just, here's a safe place, there's going to be no drive for somebody to want to improve their life. And when you're in that spiral of addiction, it's hard to get out of it when you're enabled, right?
Yeah. I think that's just a really complex conversation on any front, right? If I took that approach, then you'd have, 30 people back on the street, or 20 people back on the street.
You said it's a third.
Okay, so then I'd have 15 people back on the street, whatever that number is, right? If I took that approach, then there would be some of the most complex people would be back on the street to deal with behind dumpsters and, in other people's fences. So I think philosophically what we're saying is that this is the first step to making that change. I think you bring a valid point about how do you manage those two different kinds of populations within that facility, and that's a good conversation to have with Angela too about what's her experience with that. If we can do more facilities, I'm open to doing that. I think that there's other parts of the conversation, and not pointing fingers at anybody, but health is an obvious partner. Around what happens once I bring somebody off the street and house them? Then what happens? Who's the other systems in place? I don't provide those services. You know what I mean? I work for housing.
Yeah.
So I think it's a larger, broader conversation that you probably are very well positioned to facilitate, being the local politicians. And I'm happy to be part of that conversation with you. I'm perplexed personally as you are, right? I've worked in this field for 35 years, and this is what I do. I've always done this in child services, youth services, social work. I've done all of it, right? So I come into this with a long history. I was giving away harm reduction supplies when I worked for Boys and Girls Club, you know, because I believe in that. I believe in that approach, right? Safer is better. Making informed choices is better. Addiction breeds in secrecy. If we drive people underground, then it's just going to get worse. So that's kind of where I come from philosophically around it. But I can walk up and down my own streets and see that the problem is more exaggerated than it used to be. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But there's still, but I think the problems are growing bigger than we are too.
Yeah.
I don't have good answers. I'm really happy to converse with you about it.
Okay.
I'm perplexed by it personally, right? But I also have, you know, a long profession doing this work. And I'm doing this because I believe that this is the first step.
Yeah.
But I see what you're saying, and I think, you know, Angela pointed out to me that since snow closed, they've had an influx of people on the streets in their neighborhood and on their yard, right? So I mean, it also highlights that when you don't have facilities like snow, then that comes other places. It shows up in other places. You know, and I think it's kind of unfair, really, that, you know, people march past our building and, you know, take pictures of as if, you know, that's a symbol of what's evil in town. And it's not, right? It's a symbol of what's good in town.
Yeah.
You know, and it's a symbol of what creates a place for people to belong. Because those people are from here. And like when I talked to the police when we were here last time, you know, he said, yeah, I'm coming here much more than I used to. But that's because 32 people live in one spot now that didn't used to before.
Well, and I don't disagree with, you know, building facilities and having, like, I want to help those people too. I'm not being cold to it.
Yeah.
But it's, you know, just the questions, right?
Absolutely.
So, and I'm not questioning what the facility is or any of it.
I get that. I don't mean to come across as, you know, I have a passion about it as well, and I don't know how to answer your questions. And I appreciate the challenge that you have, all of you have, you know, as representatives of your community and the questions that come to you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate that, and I appreciate you, you know, saying you'll connect with me afterwards. And I know I did talk to earlier about would like a tour of the facility. I just haven't had one yet.
Yeah.
So if we can line that up.
Yeah.
The other thing too, I guess, a question is, and you might not, maybe Angela more, but is there, you know, rules in the facility? Like if we're allowing so many different things, like is there rules to, you know, you have to follow this to stay in? Or
yeah,
like,
I don't know what that rule list is, but there are, right? Because, you know, again, like part of this is about teaching people how to live in community, but how to live in, what's the word I want? Like multifamily housing, you know, like most of the people that are living there don't have good experience living, you know, they lose their housing all the time. Their family kicks them out because of their behaviors. Their landlord kicks them out because of their behaviors or their rent and whatnot. So this is a group of people that is kind of so disconnected from community that the only place where they can actually, you know, live safely is on the street, you know. So we're trying to sort of take people that have developed coping mechanisms that are much more primal than what we're used to, and bring them into a building and live in a community with social norms and rules. And so there are rules that go along with that, and that's why people are being asked to leave.
I guess too, like that's the part I support is, you know, you create an environment in a complex where it brings people back into society. But, you know, if I'm going to live in there and I happen to be like an addict that's recovering and I go in there and down the hall from me, there's addiction. Like it just doesn't seem to make sense to me how that would work. Or somebody, you know, leaves the Nowakin program and goes through it and is successful in the shelter, which I know you guys help fund as well. And I met somebody from there actually the other day that has went through the system and is doing really well in life. But you couldn't put them in that facility because we're allowing addiction. So it kind of contradicts what's the purpose of the facility is, right? So
in a way, yeah.
You're taking people that you want to reintroduce to society and put them in a safe place so that they can learn to live, but you're putting them next door. That's the hard part, that it's hard. So okay, well, I look forward to engaging more.
I'll send you an email
if
I could, right, and just sort of make sure I pick up your points and follow up with it.
Okay, yeah,
right?
and I can send one in response.
It's important to me, right? because this is my reputation as well. I mean, I'm just a guy from Prince George, but I mean, this is, I do manage the contract. We are trying to help. We are trying to change your community. We are trying to make it better. We are trying to work based on evidence, in good models that have effect, that are effective.
Well, and I feel that from you. I feel like you're not just up here telling us stuff that you want to. Like, I can feel it from your heart. Like, this is a passion for you, and I respect that, and I look forward to having more conversations and dialogue. So,
well, I appreciate that, and I get that those could be complicated, challenging conversations, but I'm happy to have them with you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you, David. I don't know if anybody else had any other questions, but I want to just thank you for coming in, and I really look forward to having some more dialogue and getting a tour of the facility. And if you send me out an email, then I can maybe we can make up a time. I can get my points typed out too, and if council has any. And,
thank you.
Well, Councillor Parslow, I see you had a question.
Well, just a comment, if I may. I mean. I'm sure you understand this, but I'm just stating it just because I think it needs to be said that some local politicians are put under a lot of pressure from different groups of people, some of who have some real genuine issues that they're confronting, but they all have a high degree of frustration. And the only issue for me, I mean, I think some good issues have been raised, and I think they're going to provide a good format for some dialogue, and one that we can have with provincial people, especially when we're at UBCM. But for me, the only thing that just aggravates this is the assertion from all sorts of quarters that we have new people in town.
Right.
And I accept what you said unquestionably. But these people who are frontline workers, I also respect. And I'm not sure where they're getting this information from, but of course it could all be fantasy. But I really think for some facts-based communication, we've got to get a handle on where these new people are coming from. I mean, one of the frontline workers has been involved with things here for at least 12 years and was born and raised here and is Indigenous. And if he tells me that, and I asked him countless questions, he's very, very assertive. Yes, this is it. So we've got to deal with those. They're the reality that we're dealing with.
Yeah.
And not everyone is empathic and compassionate like our mayor. There's some pretty redneck people around as well. So anyway, I just wanted to make those comments.
Thank you. We're not doing it. I think, it's incumbent on all of us to have a better analysis. It's kind of a Chicken Little analysis, right? Like, I don't know what's happening, so the sky must be falling, sort of where we're sitting, I think. And I'm sure that Jana has lots to offer you because she knows that front line much that I don't know. And we'll be able to see that. I have every town I work with ask me the same question. So it's not an uncommon belief. We're not part of bussing people around. Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Thanks again, David, for coming in and taking the time to come up here, and I look forward to meeting.
Yeah, I appreciate your time, all of you. Thank you very much. It's been a long morning for you, and I'm glad to be able to be part of it with you.
Thank you very much. All right, our next order of business is 3 late items. No late items. Next, 4 new councillor business. 4.1, we have memo from Councillor Apolonio regarding 2023 community cleanup campaign.
Thank you, Your Worship. Oh, sorry.
There you go.
I think we need to lighten up. Okay, so just a light report about the 2023 community cleanup campaign. it happened May 8 to 19, 2023. The City of Dawson Creek 20 Community Cleanup Campaign. I'll just shout out a big thanks to the amazing staff of Parks and Recreation for coordinating the 2020 cleanup campaign. There was an increase of organization and groups of individuals took part this year to participate and cover the areas needed to be cleaned. In summary, there are 32 groups participated, 97 people total for all sites, about 447 bags of garbage, and 1 bag of recycling. There were 5 groups that donated their earnings to 5 different non-profit organizations. Seniors are thankful to the Rotary Club for their support and big help in the respective yard waste pick-up and clean-up. Of course, June 3 was appreciation barbecue given by the city. And I said thank you very much for the City of Dawson Creek for making this yearly thing for different groups, at least to fundraise, especially in our part. And of course, to make the things or the community participate and actively get together for this wonderful cause, like the recycling and of course, clean up the city. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Apolonio. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. I just want to take an opportunity to congratulate some groups that attended their functions in the past week, starting with the Dawson Creek Excavation Association and the RCMP musical ride. Was a great event. From my perspective, those grandstands looked about 80% full for the ride. A lot of youth there. Was really a great event. Love to see it in town. Second, Dawson Creek Senior Secondary School, the musical theater program. I got to go and watch their production of The Addams Family this weekend. It was amazing. Those kids did such a wonderful job. We have some extremely talented singers, performers in this community. Was just outstanding. Those kids did an amazing job. And just lastly, I wanted to congratulate our neighbors in Chetwynd for the International Chainsaw Competition they held this past weekend. This is a huge international event that is world class that we as their neighbors get to enjoy the spoils of. They bring so many people into our region. They showcase themselves, but even more so, they showcase the region. And huge congratulations to their society and their community, and a thanks from us to them for being so successful, putting us on the world stage.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. I agree with both, and thank you for sharing that. And thanks, Councillor Apolonio, too, for, it's amazing, all the community groups and all the stuff that happens. So, all right, any other new Councillor Business? Councillor Parslow.
Well, I think this fits in here. I would like to know when are we going to get the financial costs of hosting the NCLGA.
I will pass that through to Kevin. I don't know if there is, because that's a separate.
Yeah, so through your worship, what we can do is we can bring that back to the next committee of the whole. We could wrap up everything about the event that we have from the organizing side, and there was a budget and everything. We can bring that.
I guess if that's the will of council to bring that, or is that something that we could just have emailed? Because I know we have a couple of busy meetings coming up, and I'm just wondering if that's something, Councillor Parslow, that we could just get the information emailed to us, or is it something you feel like?
Yeah, the information, then we can need to discuss it.
Oh. Go ahead, Brenda.
Through your worship, I don't believe that the final numbers are in yet. So once those are complete, we can include that in the committee of the whole. We do have a section in regards to that conference in the committee of the whole regularly. So once that's complete, we'll just add that to our list.
Okay, perfect. Great, thank you. All right, I'm going to convene or stop for lunch. I'm actually going to vary the agenda and go to 10 mayor's business. So 10.1, mayor's updates. Not listed on here, but I just wanted to give a
a huge shout out to our ESS team down at the event center. They were called together, I think it was Wednesday or Thursday last week, to help our neighboring community that's going through some tough times, and got to spend a few days down there and with quite a few residents from Tumblr, but also the team that's down there and all the volunteers, the Salvation Army bringing things daily to help with everybody. And it just, you know, it was pretty hard. You know, as much as it's tragic, it's pretty heartwarming to spend some time down there and just see what a community is about and an area and bring everybody together. So, yeah, I just wanted to give a big, you know, thank you to them. And all the, you know, the businesses, the whole community that has come together and helped, and so just a huge thank you to all of them for that. Next, I had Canada Day Parade, so just a quick update. So I'll just need a little bit of direction from council. So this is for the Canada Day Parade in Pouce. So we've put it out there who can attend, and there's a few of us that can go. Our thoughts are Councillor McDonald volunteered his wife's car. I don't know if she knows about it yet, but to drive in the parade with some City Dawson Creek decals on it, and then maybe a few of us walking beside. So if you guys are all okay with that, that's what we'll go ahead and do. So looks like that's almost unanimous. Councillor Parslow?
Councillor Parslow's in.
Yeah, he nodded his head. Okay. All right. So that will be what the plan will be for that. And we got some pretty cool things to hand out. And so there'll be a few of us walking.
Kevin wash the car the day before? Or?
Nope. Kevin will be off duty that day. So I was going to say he might be riding in the trunk, but I shouldn't say that publicly. So just joking, Kevin. Next, Site C tour. Kevin and myself were able to attend last Wednesday a tour of Site C. So just a pretty big facility, and it was a full day. We were there all day. Got to see every aspect of it: the camp, workers, the site, the dam itself, the fishery habitat, all of it. It was a pretty neat experience to see all that. And you walk in there and you think of, I've been around construction and projects before that have a lot of multi-layers, but nothing like that. Like, it looked like it's been being built for 50 years. Like, it was just so many things that would have to come together to get it to where it's at. So, so that was very interesting, good. At a youth meeting, a couple actually of them in the last couple of weeks with Kara, who has been helping organize it, and then Duncan as well was sitting in. So we got some neat things. We're planning another meeting, I think in September. We got another meeting in the next week to determine all those dates. Jana sat in on one of them actually, so it was really good. So we're planning another one. We also got some good ideas. Councillor McDonald actually brought up the idea of doing like a youth of the month. So we're and it's something that I want to do, is get out to as much youth as I can in the term while I'm sitting here, and try and inspire and help, and just get youth passionate about who we are as a city. So it's definitely one of the big things I want to do. So I've been working on that. Next, the Mayor's Project. Did that with Jessica Kimball. We've been a little busy doing it lately, just trying to get as much done before the summer. But so Jessica Kimball has volunteered her time. She goes around to local businesses, organizations, and has asked me to attend and come there and meet them. So we went last week, went to the Northern Toy Box and Simple Pleasures. Got to spend a bit of time with Andrew and Bridget. So it was... they're just both amazing people. Anybody that knows them knows who they are and what they do for our community. So it was just great to be in there, see their staff, and spend some time with them. And it's just it's so inspiring to be there and see how passionate people are about certain things. And yeah, exactly. And then we went to the K9 Clubhouse, which is a new facility in town run by Christina and Randy. It's just almost like a dog daycare. So it's, it was a good facility. Nice to see that. Spent some time, had some dogs jump all over us. So it was quite interesting, but nice to see, a new business open, and it looked like it was fairly busy. There was quite a few people in there, or quite a few dogs. So not people, dogs.
And then we went to Flavors 8 to hang out with Jeanette for a bit and Ariel. So Ariel has a La Russa janitorial service. So they were both down there. So, both great citizens in our community and do a lot for our community. Flavors 8 has been open just over a year, and it's very successful and it's busy. So it was just good to see and spend some time down there. And then I get to visit with Ariel as well, who's got a pretty good janitorial service, who's started from the ground up. So it was nice to see that growing and succeeding. So. And then we went to Geneva O'Connell, who has the notary building, which is actually just right out our office windows, and I didn't know it was there. So I was pretty amazing actually to see that too, and just that building complex back there, like it's kind of hidden how nice it is down below, but just a very great facility, and Geneva was amazing. To have a conversation with her, and just a great person in our community, and offers a great service. But it was also great to see that building and how much it's changed over the years. It was one of the first places I lived in long time ago, so it was just nice. It was very modern out front and well kept, so it was nice to see that. And then we went to Software Emporium. I imagine most know Paul Davey, who runs Software Emporium, so we got to spend some time with him, and Paul's just another amazing resident in our community that offers and gives back so much to this city. So it was great to spend some time there. And then we went next door to the Happy Hobbit and got to hang out with Claudette. And I believe her husband's name was David. I'm not 100% sure. I couldn't quite remember. Got to spend some time in there. And that's another amazing venue and store. I know my middle daughter goes there quite a bit, but I haven't really been in there before. So it was pretty amazing to see. And just all the different avenues that she covers in there. So it was just amazing. We're lucky to have, businesses like hers, but like all the businesses we do downtown. So it was a great day. Then hospital visit. I had a visit last week at the hospital. Potentially a new doctor coming to town. So it was, I just got to go in there. I meet with majority actually of the doctors were in there. So I got to hang out with them for about an hour and just really visit with them and, talk about real, ground root stuff. And it was just, it was excellent. So it was definitely my first exposure at that level to the hospital system. And I've had a bit of it in the last week. So it was just good to go down that avenue and understand how important healthcare is for our community. So out of all the things that we want to do and work on, without healthcare, we don't have any of it. So it's just really helping me, establish my roots and where I need to be in this position and a voice for our community. So that was good. Some other great news. Staff Sergeant Rob Hughes started last Monday. So him and his wife have officially moved to Dawson Creek, and he got thrown right into it with a really busy week. So, I know there was a lot going on locally, and then we had these evacuees, fires, there was emergencies all over. So he was instantly pulled in every direction you could imagine. So I did touch base with him a little bit yesterday. He said he was, focusing this week on getting out and, he wanted to get out and meet some of the surrounding communities and, just engage a little bit more at a local level. So Kevin and myself met with him last week as well and had a really great, conversation on his first day. And really look forward to having his leadership here and a stable leader, one that's, is here, right? So it's good. So a couple weeks ago, I also got to go out to West Moberly and visit with Chief Roland and council out there. So Kevin and myself and Councillor Parslow joined just because Councillor Parslow was unavailable when West Moberly came here. So we went out there, met with them on on their territory, and we had a great visit. It was there was no intent about the visit besides just building a relationship. We went out there and hung out for 2 or 3 hours. Got to kind of go through their area. It was just great to see, and just some great dialogue. Had lunch with them, and then we came back. So it was a great visit. Curtis Wynn, I met with Curtis Wynn sometime in the last couple of weeks as well. He's the new lead for the South Peace Arts Council. So He's this will be his first year of really taking on the multicultural event on June 24th. So he's got some real exciting things coming, and this year is kind of just getting his feet wet. I felt, but he's got a vision that is very much shared with ours about building the multicultural in our community, about bringing us together and gathering. So it was just great to be part of that and just hear what they're about and what Curtis and the group is about and growing. So we're looking forward to that. Keep bringing Jana up because I think Jana was also brought up in that conversation because the Nawakin is going to be really involved in that as well. So it's, Curtis is going to email me the details once I have them. So once I have them, we'll get it out to council and out on our social media. Next, North River Midstream, they came up last week, I believe it was. And just met with them. They gave me just a bit of an overview of their projects, what they're working on, and just more of an update on where they're at. So that was good. It seems like there's lots of exciting things going on, and there lots of future developments and things going on in our area. So I don't get too excited about that stuff because I know there's always a lot of talk. So once it's here, it's here. But there's definitely lots they've done, and they definitely have some big plans for some things coming up. So that was good. That was all for my mayor's updates. Before I get into the memos and stuff, was there any questions? No? All right. So 10.2. So I can open my computer here. So 10.2 memo from Mayor Dober regarding 2023 UBCM meeting requests. Let's go open it here. Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, can I just make a comment too?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you. You've touched on most of the points. The first bullet, let's put it this way. You haven't been to UBCM before. This is quite a list, and you take an awful lot of time out of very interesting or important debates, right? To meet with these people. And I'm wondering if we don't have anything more specific for the Premier, why we would, I find that a little vague, right? Okay. And the last one, the Honourable Dix, can I add, so I think we should add something to that, and that's to get a serious explanation around the delay in the building of our hospital.
Okay, I probably know the answer to that.
Okay. Well, maybe we should raise concerns then if we have any.
Okay.
Just a thought.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So?
Okay. And then, I guess with not being to UBCM before, I wasn't sure, and I know that the chances of us getting meetings with all of them is probably pretty slim.
Oh, no, you'll meet with most of them.
Well, yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah, but I'm just saying, let's give you an example. In meeting then Premier Christy Clark, there's a lineup, right? And it just takes so much away from the. So unless we have something really specific, and there's some specific stuffs in here, in those others, I'm just wondering about why would we want to listen to just his vision of the province?
Well, I guess from my point of view on that was as if I had the opportunity to sit with him for 15 minutes to, all these other ministers kind of cover things throughout the area. So there's obviously lots to bring up with them, but my thoughts were if I have the opportunity to spend 15 minutes with them to hear and understand what his vision is for the province, that there would maybe be some dialogue around that, but it's more
yeah, just about having the opportunity, I guess. But I'm fine, like if, there's points that you think we should discuss with him personally, but I think anytime you can, from what I've understand from all the conferences I've been to so far, is 95% of it is about networking. And building those relationships. So I thought if I have the chance to meet with the premier, that I would take advantage of that. Is what my thoughts were, but I could be wrong. So
No, the other thing is we don't all go to everyone. Sometimes we split up. Okay, but I'm just saying time management for this list, from my experience, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, yeah. Unless you divide it up, you may as well say goodbye to attending the conference if you don't attend all 7, because it would be a significant amount of time.
yeah, when I felt like with all, like I'm assuming majority of council was going to be there, so that we would divide and conquer this. But some of them, like the minister, Honorable Mike Farnsworth and Nikki Sharma, I've already had some dialogue with them, and I have a meeting with Farnsworth through the Peace River Regional District already, but I just felt like those are real concerns for our citizens in areas, so they needed to be on this list.
Yep.
And then the Minister of Health and Addiction and the Minister of Health, I just felt were also crucial things that we needed to show we had a voice for. So, but I'm open to discussion for sure. So, do we need a proposed motion? Okay, Councillor Earl, are you gonna, or do you want me to do it?
I'll make the motion and then just 1 or 2 notes after the fact. Do you want me to read the whole shebang, Brenda? Or can I just move the motion and we?
Through your worship, I would,
Read it all?
due to the time crunch that we're under, it might be good just to move the motion as presented.
Okay, I will move that, we move the proposed motion as presented with the 6th initial and the 7th added meeting from June 9th for UBCM.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Do I have a second? Councillor McDonald and Councillor Earl, you can go ahead.
So it is a robust list, as Councillor Parslow has pointed out. I think most of the people on there they have specific portfolios, so we know what we're getting into when we talk to them. I do worry about asking a politician to talk about their vision for something, because that can eat up 15 minutes pretty quick. They're looking at him. I do think with respect to the premier, who doesn't necessarily have a specific portfolio, I think one thing we need to if we're going to have FaceTime and network with someone in that position, it's worthwhile talking about the rural-urban divide in British Columbia and how that is making everybody in civic life's job more difficult across the board. There is a perception that decisions are made in Vancouver for Vancouver, whether or not the people there intend it to sound that way. And it just makes a lot of the conversations we have to have that much harder. And I don't know how you begin to de-escalate and walk back from that and get people to move away from that mindset. But there is especially this particular government is perceived as a regional government that didn't elect many MLAs outside the Lower Mainland, and that they are, they don't campaign outside the Lower Mainland. And while, there may be very reasonable historical reasons for that to be the case, it's not necessarily healthy for civics or democracy or for our ability to engage our citizens in the government. And I think that is a worthwhile subject to bring to his attention, whether or not he agrees. It's something I see, and I think it's something that we always need to be mindful of and working on.
So I agree with that. We could add that in there under the premier, rural-urban divide. Okay. If there's no other discussion, I will. Any other? No? All right. I will call that motion to vote. Oh, sorry, I'm putting rushing Brenda. Oh.
We took it away from each other.
Vote is closed. It's carried.
All right, next we have 10.3 KPAC request for vacant land for daycare program expansion.
I need to step away, Your Worship.
Okay. Kevin, is there something you want to touch on before we get a motion here, or is there some direction from staff, maybe what we should do here?
So through your worship, just a couple of points. One, obviously, we own the land, so that's a good thing. We don't have any immediate plans for it, but we have been using it as an overflow parking for downtown in light of that we did give away the parking lot across the street for BC Housing a few years back. So that is just something to consider. Again, maybe not understanding the size of what KPAC wants to do. Maybe they'd only need a portion of it and still could be a remaining westerly half for overflow parking. Maybe there's something could look at there, but I just wanted council to be aware of that.
So would it be better to just have a motion to direct staff to deal with KPAC, or do we even need that? Like, just to figure out what's going to work? And I guess because there was some vision things too that I know that were a little bit new to all of us and staff.
Yeah.
So
Sure, that would be fine, just direct staff to work with KPAC, because it does sound like it's in the very early stages.
Yeah.
And so I think if we get to a point where there is actually a proposal on the table, then we would be coming back.
yeah, I think that would be better because then we have an understanding of like, do we have to repave that in a couple of years? Or,
And we'd have all that info at that time.
Okay, somebody like to make a motion? Councillor McDonald?
So I'd like to make a motion to just direct Kevin and staff to open discussions with building a vision for that space with the Kiwanis group.
Okay, I have a second. Councillor Kemp, any discussion? No, I'll call that question to vote. I guess Councillor Earl, he just left as well because he's got a child that attends there, so he felt like he had a conflict, so that's why he left. So if anybody was wondering. Call that to vote. Is his card out? Amy, could you pull his card out? Vote is closed, and it's carried. Let's wait for...
Excuse me, through your worship.
Yeah.
On the agenda, it was missed, the Mount Zero Park Society requests under Mayor's Business, so that'll have to be added under here as well.
Oh, okay. I might be looking at the old agenda. Is it on there or no? Okay. Okay, I'll do that at the end, 10.6. So 10.4, we have, I'll make sure I'm on the right one here. Dawson Creek Secondary School request for support to host volleyball championship. Councillor Parslow.
I move that we grant their request.
Do I have a second? Councillor McDonald.
I can speak to that a bit,
Okay.
if I may.
Yeah.
Okay. As I said to the presenter, this is, in my mind, very significant, and I don't want us to miss this. It's a female sport. Well, it's not female sport, but it's a female tournament, female players, and I think that's great. I think there's ways of mitigating the ice time loss, which... but I don't know the details of it, but I'm just thinking in my mind, we do have the Kin Arena, and certainly if it's something important happening for the ice skaters, we could explore maybe for a few of the days, ice being put at the Ovintiv Centre. So I think there's ways of minimizing it. It'll be costly, but I think... so be it. Let's support this support.
Thank you. Before I get any more questions, I'm just going to go to staff because I know that there's probably, if this goes through, because I think we, all agree in supporting it, what does that do for, the other schedules, or like, does it give them enough time to change their schedules for like their hockey leagues and figure skating and all that? So
through your worship, yeah, just a few points on that. So earlier discussed about the Ovintiv Centre and the desire to go there. So there is an event that is already booked. It hasn't been released publicly, but what I can tell you is the event, talking with Dustin, expects to draw 3,500 to 4,000 people, is a rental. So that means there's no risk to the city on this particular event, and generally see 60 or 70, thousand odd dollars in revenue. So it's a good, favorable event that's going to occur at Ovintiv. So the other part is so Memorial will have to bring in the ice decking to put the plywood down on the ice. That has to come from Ovintiv because that's where it's stored. So there'll be a bit of a cost to truck it over and install. There'll be approximately $15,000 of lost revenue in ice rentals from the Memorial during that time frame from all the ice users. If we do charge School District 59, they'd be charged as basically a dry floor event. And I think that's right around, because we have a joint use agreement with them as well, some of the hours they wouldn't technically be paying for, works out to be $5,000 if we charge with them. I think I did hear in the delegation that they would not mind if council waived those fees. Scheduling with the users, the only ones that we'd have to look into would be the Senior Canucks, Junior Canucks. I don't know if that schedule's already been set. It has, Melina. So we would have to work with those groups.
And speed skating has an event that they booked in, and we can't book that in.
Okay, so we've got a few conflicts there that we're going to have to manage.
Okay. So the Kodiaks and Senior Canucks schedule is already complete?
The Senior Canucks have asked for that. They do have a game on December 2nd.
On December 2nd?
Yeah, through your worship, they have a game already booked for December 2nd. We could potentially move that into the KIN, but there wouldn't be enough seating. KIN is reduced in seating. And the Mile Zero Speed Skating Club have one event a year that they book. That's also on December 2nd, and they cannot go into the KIN Arena. They can't speed skate in the KIN Arena.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Earl?
With respect to the conflicting event at the event center, if they're suggesting it's going to bring 3,500 to 4,000 people in town, it might be worth telling the vault, yeah, this could be for hotel rooms. There's going to be a run on hotel rooms. So I'm just thinking if people are traveling as families to the region. And I guess it's not, as a municipal government, necessarily our problem, but it could sour some people if they show up and they're looking at hugely expensive hotel accommodations.
Yeah, so through your worship, the organizers are aware because they've been working with Dustin at the event center for a number of years as we went through COVID. So they're aware that there is a conflict. So they would be, I'm sure, encouraging their folks to get that sort of stuff arranged sooner than later.
Thank you.
Okay.
I guess I didn't ask this question when Eric was here, which would be nice if we did. But I'm wondering if we were to defer this until we've had a chance to talk to the speed skating and the Senior Canucks, just about that we want to commit to allowing this for volleyball, and how hard is that going to be to change? I'm sure the Senior Canucks can switch their games or maybe do it in the KIN Arena for one event. I'm a little worried about speed skating, who is in the middle of rebuilding their organization, about asking them to move.
So through your worship, what I would suggest is that council approve it in principle, the idea of it, direct staff to work with the groups that may be affected. If we can come to a solution, then, it's essentially approved. If we run into some hiccups, we will come back to council with those issues identified by those groups and see if and with maybe a different suggestion or whatever.
Okay, perfect. Brenda, would we need an amendment on that behalf?
Through your worship, it would be a motion to Oh, yes. You were speaking that you would approve in principle?
Yeah.
Yes, it would be an amendment. And also, my apologies, I missed if council discussed rent-free?
We haven't discussed that yet. So we would need
That-
that, I guess, to,
That was
I
another
think,
request.
I guess just on the rent portion, when we do things with the school district, I know we use their facilities lots, like, and I guess they're kind of asking for rent-free. Is that,
So the $5,000 that I spoke about is considering the joint use agreement, and actually, they would be getting a credit for the time during the day and would only be charged for time that is past the 3 p.m., because that's the joint use agreement kind of works within that. So, but you could still look at, council, if they wish to waive those fees, they can. So they're still getting credit for the joint use agreement. The 5,000 would be just the additional on top of the joint use agreement credit.
okay. Councillor Parslow, did you want to make those amendments, or A?
Well, yeah, I understand the need or the desire for proving principle. But I just wonder, in the collective memory from Eric's presentation, did he intimate that he was under some timelines to inform the people who are organizing this event?
Well, that's what I didn't recall, is if he did. I don't think he did.
No, that's fine then.
But that's why if we approve this in principle,
Yeah.
then it allows staff to, if they do need an answer right away, we can get that decision, not
Yeah.
having to come back here.
So
So you'd like,
I'm fine with the amendment.
okay.
Yes.
And then what about the waiving the fee? Are you thinking of waiving the fee, or what are your? Or we approve it in principle and have staff come back and let us know?
Let's get the facts. I don't think we need to worry about that now, do we?
No. Okay. All right, so the amendment will be adding approve in principle with being able to talk to the, I guess, this figure, or the speed skating and senior Canucks about the scheduling. Okay. All right, do I have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Earl, any discussion on the amendment? No? I will call the amendment to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. So now I'll call the motion as amended to, or is there any discussion on the motion as amended? No, I will call that to vote. The vote is closed. It's carried. All right. Oh, sorry, Brenda. Yeah. Should we go through these next two, or should we? Rotary. And the mobs. Okay. We're just going to adjourn to close because we have a delegation at 1 o'clock. So just to those that are watching, we'll likely be for the next hour and closed, and then back to open at 2 o'clock. So we'll take 5. Our next order of business was 5, adoption of the minutes. 5.1, we have minutes from the regular meeting of council, May 29th, 2023 for adoption. Councillor McDonald, second. Councillor Apolonio. We'll call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Any business arising? 7, correspondence. 7.1, we have a letter from Angela Sherman, Executive Director, Network Ministries, sent on May 23rd, 2023, regarding the 2023 Notice of Property Tax and Permissive Tax Exemption. Brenda, are you able to give a little bit of update on this before we go?
Yeah, through your worship. Just notes I had in regards to the permissive tax exemption. The city sets the permissive tax in October of the previous year, so there's no way that the city could provide any alternate tax for this year. The taxes owing are based on the old permissive tax policy, where there's a higher percentage owing each year over a 4-year period. This is year 2 out of the 4-year increase, and that's why they see the increase in their taxes. And any increase in the assessed value would be out of the city's control on that one. I see that they do have a request to change their classification, which could reduce their amount payable, so that the city might want to wait until after that decision's made. And if council did want to grant any monies to cover the taxes, there's $10,000 remaining in the grant fund for this year.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think a little bit too, just to touch on the zoning, it's zoned commercial right now. So they're applying to get it rezoned to something different because it's, and Kevin went through the details on that, but it was just a confusing thing. So they're planning to rezone it, which will lower it by a significant amount. And then next year for the tax exemption, or the permissive tax exemption next year, we'll have under the new agreement, it'll be different. So this is just for this year, so. Councillor Parslow.
I would like to move that we give a grant of $1,866.13 to Network Ministries to cover the increased cost of property tax.
Have a second? Have a second? Oh, Councillor Earl? And did you want to speak to that, Councillor Parslow?
No.
No? Okay. Councillor Earl?
I seconded it to get the motion on the floor because I need to ask a question. What did Brenda just indicated to us that they're in the midst of a rezoning application, and that would impact their tax liability for this year. So the amount Councillor Parslow just pitched as a grant would be not required, potentially?
I'm just going to actually go, are you okay if I direct to Michelle? Just because it was...
I do believe they've already tried to change their zoning,
Oh, okay.
and they were denied.
Oh, okay.
And that would need to be done by July 1st anyway, so even if they changed it, it would be
wouldn't affect
something.
this year anyways.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the amount Councillor Parslow asked for was 1,800. Oh.
And 66.13.
Okay, the difference between the 551.71 and the 230.17.84.
That's what I was taking from that, yeah.
Okay, so they're covering the first 551.71, and we're granting them the difference. Is how you?
That's not the amount.
I'm assuming that's what Councillor Parslow's intent was, as that's what they paid last year was 551. So.
Yeah.
Probably.
Well, I'm glad I'm interrogating this decision then, Charlie.
They paid $555.71 last year.
Okay.
So it's $1762.13. It's the difference. $62.13.
Is the difference? Would you like to change your number to that, Councillor Parslow?
Well, I gave them a bonus amount for doing such good work.
Councillor Parslow, would you like to change the number to?
Yeah, what was the amount?
Okay.
It's $1762.13 is the difference.
Sure?
Pretty sure, yeah.
That's the amount. Sorry.
Okay. So do we need an amendment there, Brent, or that's friendly one?
As the seconder, I'm okay with that.
Thank you. All right, if there's no other discussion on this, you were in the school district for a long time.
I taught algebra 11 and 12.
All right, I will
Back when they still used abacuses?
I will call this motion to vote.
These numbers I have problems with.
Everybody vote, please.
In all fairness, when you started doing math.
Vote is closed. It's carried. Next order of business, 7.2, we have email from Sharon Gregson, spokesperson, $10 a day, Coalition of Childcare Advocates of BC, sent on June 3rd, or received June 3rd, 2023. regarding a request to adopt a resolution regarding childcare. Councillor Earl.
Move that we receive for information.
I have a second. Councillor McDonald. Any discussion on receiving for information?
The reason I put for information, the federal and provincial governments have already committed to $10 a day childcare, and if we want to support this resolution, we can do so at UBCM. I think asking staff to do more work is kind of redundant at this point.
Yep, thank you. All right, any other discussion on information? Nope. I will call this to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 7.3, we have a letter from Sandy Stokes, Interim Chief Administrative Officer, Village of Pouce, Coupe, sent on June 6, 2023, regarding Canada Day Transit Service request. And I know I did get before there's something, I did get a little update on, Kevin. This is something that's done annually, and the cost of the service is completely bared by the Village of Pouce, Coupe. This is just us authorizing the support of it. So, did I get that right, Brenda? Yeah, okay. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion that we grant this request.
Second. Councillor Kemp, any discussion? All right, I will call this question to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 8 reports. We have 8.1, report number 23-097 from the corporate officer regarding 2023 policy review. Councillor Kemp.
Sorry, thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation number 1, that report number 23-097 from the corporate officer regarding 2023 policy review be received. Further, that the 4 policies identified for review in the June 12, 2023 meeting be considered individually.
I have a second. Councillor McDonald, any discussion? I will call that question to vote. Motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Recommendation number 2. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move recommendation number 2, propose that the designated driver program policy be referred to staff to bring back a report to council regarding the pros and cons of either keeping the policy or appealing it. Further, that if the policy is recommended to continue, that updates be recommended to ensure the policy reflects the community's current needs.
Do I have a second? Councillor McDonald, any discussion? No? I will call that motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Recommendation 3, Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation that the event bookings for the profit groups and organizations be referred to staff to bring back a report to council regarding the pros and cons of revising the policy to provide an option of for-profit organizations to hold events in city facilities other than the Ovintiv Event Centre. Further, that the facility named in Canada be corrected to read Ovintiv.
Do I have a second? Councillor Apolonio, any discussion? No? I guess just to add a little bit to this one, it did reference nonprofits in this, but currently, like, for-profit organizations can't use our facilities. Yeah, yeah. All right, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Recommendation number 4, Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll propose the recommendation number 4, that the damaged water meters policy be referred to staff to bring back a report to council regarding the need for a fee increase.
Second, Councillor McDonald. Any discussion? I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Recommendation number 5, please. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move recommendation number 5, that the bylaw enforcement guidelines policy be referred to staff to bring back a report to council regarding the pros and cons of city bylaws being proactively enforced versus the current approach, which is primarily complaint-based.
What a second. Councillor McDonald. Any discussion? All right. I will call this motion to vote. I feel like we're moving quick. Vote is closed. It's carried. That was all of them, right? Yeah. Next, we have report 8.2, report number 23-098 from the Recreation Manager regarding extension of regular ice season 2023-2024. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move the report number 23-098 from the Recreation Manager regarding extension of regular ice season 23 to 24 be received, and further that the 2023-2024 regular ice season began on August 21st, 2023, and a review of the extension of ice to April 30th, 2024 be discussed during the review of the fees and charges bylaw and ice allocation policy.
Do I have a second? Councillor Apolonio. Councillor McDonald, did you want to speak to that?
I just had a question. When you were discussing that start date, the proposed motion from Volleyball, was that part of the discussions?
No, because
That they would lose the week?
We just should speak through myself or the CAO.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But that's fine, and then we'll direct to.
Sorry.
So Brenda might have the answer to this, I'm not sure, so.
No, through your worship, I will need assistance for that
Okay.
question.
Perfect. You can go ahead, Melina.
To your worship, no, it doesn't fall on the same, it wouldn't affect that at all.
It wouldn't affect it if they lose a week of ice during the middle of their season about when they'd want to start?
No, I don't think for this, it will affect that at all. So, so minor hockey's asking to start August 21st and go to April 1st.
Right?
That won't affect. That won't affect the volleyball request that I know, but we are coming back with a report on the other question regarding losing the 1 week of ice. Because it does affect 11 users, so we have to investigate on how it's going to affect. We heard from 2 users.
Right, and that was my question, right? Did we discuss with minor hockey and figure skating about starting the season early, knowing that they might possibly lose a week?
We haven't discussed that with them yet.
I don't think we knew about that till after.
Yeah.
And then until it was brought to council today, there was no direction, so.
Might be worth further discussion then, is more to
Yeah.
my point, right?
Yeah.
For a start date?
Yeah, for sure. Councillor Parslow?
I don't like this recommendation for several reasons. One, there's no mention of the cost and where the increased revenue will come from. Another reason is, whilst I'm not philosophically against this, we as a council are trying to wrestle down our operating costs. And we have, if you check your records, I keep them, different decisions. We've increased our operating budget since this council has been elected by close to $750,000. We're not going to reach our targets. So philosophically, I'm not against any recreation stuff, but I am going to vote against it because I have no indication from staff of the cost and where the revenue is coming from. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Worship. To Councillor Parslow's point, so I didn't see a projection about how much or anything too specific or committal with respect to the hours of booking we can expect. I did do some bar napkin math there. So $29.49 rounded up to $3,000 per day, and then you're starting it up 14 days early works up to about $42,000 in additional expenses. To Councillor Parslow's point, and if staff has any, please correct me, this is just added on to the operational budget coming out of what would have otherwise gone into reserves, correct? Okay. And initially the ask, I think, was for us to start ice at the beginning of August. I presume after some discussions with the particular user groups, they realized that might have been a bit overly ambitious about what their membership is willing to commit to. Do we have any kind of soft commitment from them with respect to how many hours we're going to be booked up? Because it'd be nice to know what we can expect to offset that $42,000 in expenses with, through you to staff, if anybody.
Well, I think one thing too, just the recommendation is August 21st. So originally it was September 1st, right?
Originally, they come in after the long weekend, through your worship, so they come in September 5th, right after the long weekend. And they're asking now for August 21st, you're right, once they looked into it, August 1st was more than they could commit from their membership. Their membership, they will commit to the off-ice time, which I think is 75 hours per week. Don't quote me on that. I don't have it in front of me. But they have to commit just as if they were doing spring ice, and they are committing to that.
Okay. And that's at the prime rate or non-prime rate?
Well, they're asking for it to be at they're asking for it the regular ice rate.
Okay.
So this would be at the regular ice rate. If they were normally during spring ice, they would do it at the non-prime rate, or at the at the prime rate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald?
Sorry, through your worship, in our report, it says DCMHA and Milesville Figure Skating Club guarantee a total of 82 hours of use between the two groups for the requested period, with the Dawson Creek Senior Old Timers confirmed wanting to book 2.5 hours.
So then that would be minused out of that. And we would normally have it open September. I mean, if
September
1st,
to your
right?
worship. No,
Yeah.
September 5th, right after the long weekend. The
That's
Monday
when we would
after.
start putting ice in?
No, we would have the ice ready for booking after the long weekend. It takes us about a week to put the ice in and paint it.
Okay, so I guess, do we want to know what those full costs are and where the funds are coming from? Do we have that?
Excuse me, Your Worship?
Yeah.
Kevin did provide me with an estimate.
Okay.
2023, so the fall, the additional cost would be about $15,000. And then for the 2024, the spring, that would be a budget discussion that would be held this fall.
And that will be part of the review they're doing on it as well, right? In the fall? So Kevin figured it would cost an additional $15,000 to open it 14 days early.
That would be for the 2023, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Any more questions?
Is that 5-0 or 1-5?
1-5.
1-5.
15,000.
Okay.
Yeah. From what I understand, right? 50. Yeah. Okay. All right. If there's no more discussion, I will call this motion to vote. The vote is closed, and it's carried 2 opposed, Councillor Apolonio and Councillor Parslow. Next we have, thanks Melina.
I have one.
Well, I guess you got more, yeah,
I
you might
do.
be the next one too. Next is 8.3. We have report number 23-101 from the recreational manager regarding tournament fee for ball fields rental. Councillor McDonald. Oh, sorry, I didn't hit your button properly. There we go. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to move that report number 23-101 from the Recreation Manager regarding tournament fee for ball field rentals for 2023 season be received. Further, that nonprofit tournament bookings for the 2023 ball season be provided with a 30% rebate, and that no additional fee be requested for the additional City Park staff to work during the tournament. Further, that a separate tournament fee be included within the fees and charges bylaw review being completed by the EDS group.
Have a second. Councillor Kemp, discussion. Councillor Parslow.
Well, again, I can't, I have no idea the cost implications of this based upon the recommendation that's provided. There are figures in there, but it doesn't, to me, it's not sticking out to me what is the net cost to the taxpayers.
Well, yeah, and then I guess too,
I'm not against I mean, again, same thing. This is great, but where's the money coming from, and how is this going? You just keep adding and adding to the operating budget, which is the wrong direction. It should be going the other way. So unless we have some proposals which show some cuts, you know where this is going to end up.
thank you, Councillor Parslow. Brenda, did Kevin leave you any information on this one?
There was no additional information, but in the report, I see that the savings would be $1,174. So that would be the additional cost that the city would not be receiving for a tournament.
Per tournament, but also that we never had any tournaments. Last year we had one tournament. This year they're proposing 4.
2.
Oh. Sorry. Can we go to Melina? Yeah. You can push your button, Melina. Okay.
Through your worship, they have 2 confirmed bookings right now for tournaments. Ball does. No minor, like no junior balls has any bookings right now, but we do have 2 confirmed. Last year, we provided staff, they paid, and we provided staff throughout the weekend, so an allocated person to groom the fields in between games and to have the fields prep. They haven't asked that this year, but they paid for that cost last year for that staff cost. This year, they're asking in their report to have that waived.
I remember their presentation, them saying that they did a lot of the work. Like they removed all the garbage bags and put them together, and they did the field work. Did we supplied staff?
We did.
So then do we know if there's a net cost to the city? Because last year was just one tournament and they're committing to, I thought it was more than 2.
Yeah.
But if they got 2, so there's obviously, they're paying some. So is there a net loss to the municipality?
Well, last year, they paid the regular tournament fees, or the rental, plus they paid for the staff time, which was a straight across staff time, based on what payroll says that it costs of a staff, including their benefits and everything on there. And we changed the schedule, so the only additional cost to that benefit that staff cost was the shift differential that we pay based on the collective agreement. And they paid that. Last year, we invoiced them and they paid that. So they may have picked up garbage, but we did supply a staff member, and he was a senior staff member, so I think he did everything. They don't run our equipment. So we would take care of all the grooming of the fields and anything that they needed, which was in between. We supplied a staff member there for the whole tournament.
Okay. So then this recommendation is giving a 30% break on our regular fees, which brings us more competitive, which they've asked for to keep this in Dawson Creek versus going to a neighboring community.
Through your worship, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? No? All right, I'm going to call this motion to vote. The vote is closed. It's carried. 1 opposed, Councillor Parslow. Next order of business, 8.4,
Report number 23-099 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding RFQ 2023-10 Municipal Sidewalk Tractor. Councillor Parslow.
I move the report number 23-099 from the General Manager of Development Services RFQ 2023-10 Municipal Sidewalk Tractor be received. Further, that Council award RFQ 2023-10 Municipal Sidewalk Tractor to Kendrick Equipment for $312,680 plus GST.
Do I have a second? Councillor Kemp. Any discussion? No, I did bring up with Kevin when I was just away on that conference. There was, one, I talked to him just about the cost of this tractor, but it's because we got to replace some of our the accessories that come with it. But I did talk to him about seen that they have automated like mowing devices and stuff that they're coming out with for municipalities, similar to like people have in their households. So it was something he was going to look at as we're replacing equipment that, is something that, that's just the newer technology and the way things are going. So with electric, automated, for some things, right? So just thought I would bring that up. But anyways, I will call that motion to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. Next order of business is 9 bylaws. We have 9.1 land sale 1017 99th Avenue, bylaw number 4559, 2023 for consideration of adoption. Councillor Earl, second Councillor Kemp. Discussion. I will call that motion to vote. Or that adoption to vote. Oh, the vote is closed. It's carried. Next, we have 9.2, report number 23-084 from the corporate officer regarding land sale, Chamberlain Park encroachments, amendment bylaw number 4561, 2023 for consideration of first 3 readings. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the report, report number 23-084 from the corporate officer regarding land sale, Chamberlain Park encroachment, amendment bylaw number 4561, 2023 be received. Further, that land sale, Chamberlain Park encroachments, amendment bylaw number 4561, 2023 be given first 3 readings.
Do I have a second? Councillor Apolonio. Any discussion?
Can just through you to staff, Your Worship, can I confirm once this bylaw is passed, this will be the end of the Chamberlain Park debacle?
Through Your Worship, there are a couple of additional items. Just the amendment to the park dedication bylaw, which will be coming up before the end of August.
And when's your last day, Brenda?
The end of August.
We're getting
you're not leaving me with Chamberlain Park here alone. So
we're getting a full report on the whole process of this from Brenda before she leaves. Yeah. All right, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, we have 9.3, report number 23-100 from the Development Service Manager regarding official community plan amendment 23-02, bylaw number 4563, 2023, and zoning amendment 23-02, bylaw number 4564, 2023 for consideration of first and second reading. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to move the report number 23-100 from the Development Service Manager regarding official community plan amendment 23-02, bylaw number 4563, 2023, and zoning amendment 23-02, bylaw number 4564, 2023 be received. Further, that official community plan amendment 23-02, bylaw number 4563, 2023, and zoning amendment 23-02, bylaw number 4564, 2023, be given first and second reading.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Councillor Earl, any discussion? Oh, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next order of business, 11, Chief Administrative Officer Operational Update. Brenda, did Kevin leave anything for you? I don't think he had much of an update today, so, no? Okay. 12, Diary. Oh, thank you. I skipped Mayor's Update 10, sorry. We'll go to 10.5. We have the Northwest Spirit Rotary Club request regarding beverage garden permit for the Dawson Creek Ribfest. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that we grant the Spirit Rotary Club's request.
Okay. Do I have a second? Councillor Kemp, any discussion?
Ribfest.
All right.
That's it. That's the discussion.
Surprised you got that out with all that drool over there.
There you go.
I will call this motion to vote.
Should we move for complimentary tickets?
Vote is closed. It's carried. Next will be 10.6. We had the Rotary Park Mile Zero Park Society. So they had 3 requests. Brenda, should we do that in 3 separate motions? They had the, wanted us to advocate to the Ministry of Highway about proper crosswalk. Should we do them separately? And then they had the a request, a letter of support for the pump track, and then a request for the geo survey. Yeah. For what would be your?
Through your worship, there may be a cost to the geotech.
Yeah.
So therefore, there might be more discussion in regards to that. So I
Okay.
would suggest that there be 3 separate motions.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody like to? I will make a motion that we reach out to the Ministry of Highway and request a crosswalk be put in on Highway 97 South at the access that they're talking about, where the current Rotary Trail comes and across to that park. Councillor McDonald, second. Any discussion? No? All right, I will call that motion to vote. I'm good to go, Brenda? Okay. Vote is closed. It's carried. Anybody else? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to make a motion to give the Mile Zero Park their letter of support in regards to the pump track as requested.
You do have a second? Councillor Earl, any discussion? Councillor Parslow, I just had one thing on that. I did give the information on that pump track stuff. Were you able to give that to the Mile Zero Park Society? Okay, thank you. All right, I will call that motion to vote. Vote is closed. And it's carried. I was waiting for myself to push the button. Councillor Parslow.
I thought I was turning it off, but this is the last item. There's the geotech, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, I move that the geotech, and wasn't there something else? Geotech and?
The topographical survey.
Topographical
survey. Geotechnical. It was geotechnical. Yeah.
Okay, be undertaken by the city with funding from the savings with the installation of the misting park.
Do I have a second? For the funding to come from the savings from the Misting Park. Was that a grant though?
No, it wasn't a grant. The city paid for that.
Okay. Does that make it difficult coming from then if we don't have the numbers? I guess I'll ask for a second first. Councillor Earl.
Yeah, just to give you the ballpark figures, the budgeted amount was 190,000, and the expected cost is 150. So that's what I was basing it on.
Okay.
But I don't know. I don't believe we got any grant for that, did we?
Brenda?
Yeah, through your worship, I'm not aware if there was a grant received or not. What I do know is the geotech investigation might be at no cost if the city's they've already done one on part of the park when the lake was filled in, and I'm not sure if that would be
Okay.
sufficient. But the cost, if we did need to get one, would be approximately 15,000. And Tryon would be the one to provide that, or another surveyor in
If
town.
I can speak to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Joe Monteshore was in attendance at the meeting, and he indicated that it would be necessary, and gave us so. If it's not necessary, fine. But the impression that he gave the group was it was necessary. Right.
Okay. And is it fine to have the funding come out of that Misting Park, not knowing the numbers yet, or are we better to have it, maybe an amendment to come out of capital reserves? Or does that matter?
Through your worship, it could just be reported back as to where the funding would be available.
Okay.
My apologies, budgeting is not my
Yeah.
forte.
That's fine. Okay, well, we can leave it as is. Okay. All right, any more discussion? Councillor Parslow, or is that you? No? Okay, I will call that motion to vote. Vote is closed. That's carried. All right, that was all, right? And the 10-point, the mayor's dates, okay. So 11, 12 we were at. So next 13 was the consent calendar. I'll need a motion to accept the consent calendar. Councillor Earl, second Councillor Kemp. And we'll call that to vote. Vote is closed. That's carried. Next, 14 strategic priorities, 14.1, 2023 strategic priorities. I don't think there's much of an update. We're just in the middle of just doing like a mayor's letter as an introductory to this strategic report, and then it'll be complete. So I know that's on final draft, so I think that's that. And yeah, I don't think there was anything else, was there, Brenda? Or did you have anything?
Yes, through your worship, just wanted to point out that there is the new document attached to this agenda, and that document will be included on each agenda.
Okay.
Which will allow the CAO to report on any updates.
Okay. Perfect. Next 15 media questions. There's no media here. 16 we already did. 17 just reconvene to open meeting to adjourn. Councillor Earl, second Councillor Kemp. I will call that vote. Vote one more. It's not me. The vote is closed and it's carried. Thank you, everyone.